Start. Riders ready.
Welcome to BMX Race Hub. We are live in Manchester for the first round of the 2025 Lloyds BMX National Series. Ready to go racing. Lloyds Bank National BMX Series.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
Well, yeah, thanks very much, first of all, to British Cycling and NX Teamwear for making this happen, and all the advertisers who are supporting the channel and the sport. So, yeah, we're at the indoor, unique race, unique experience. Talked about this in previous years. It's a very harsh environment, hard surface, almost like a skate park in some places. Really great racing. But very unforgiving. So yeah, it's pretty warm. It's not too hot, not like a couple of years ago where it was proper hot. But nice temperature, but there's no air and there's no wind in here, so the riders all get very, very warm. We've got block racing, remember, so there's different links for AM and PM. We've got the cruiser riders and the younger riders this morning, and then the older riders and the super class and championship classes this afternoon, and the same again tomorrow. So yeah. We're really looking forward to racing getting underway shortly. Couple more things to do before we go live with the racing. So let's take a look back at last year. Welcome to the 2024 BMX National Series. The action's just about to start on track. We're here with Beth Shriver, winner of today's Women Elite. How'd it go today?
Yeah, really well. Trying to get some laps in before we go to the test event in Paris. Still working on a few things, hence why my starts haven't been, but yeah, it's work in progress, feeling good. And yeah, it's just great to get in the mix with the young girls again.
Welcome to BMX Race Hub, Cyclopark for rounds 3 and 4 of the National Series. Bit windy, bit tricky today, but that was a good lap.
Yeah, I definitely brushed up on yesterday's mistakes and put together quite a nice lap, I think. So yeah, definitely was a lot better than yesterday.
Welcome to rounds 5 and 6 of the National Series here at Cumbernauld in Scotland. Okay, here with SJ, Sarah Jane Nichols, almost fresh back from the World Championships. It was a few weeks ago now, but obviously it went quite well, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Final. That's actually getting the final, and then as you can see, I got the finished second in the World Championships. It was quite incredible, more than I could have ever dreamed of at this stage.
Here with Superclass winner today, Jos Marnum. Yep. Really good. Well, it looked like a really good lap. I know you weren't happy with it.
Yeah, I mean it was an okay lap. I didn't have the best gate. Like I wheelied to the bottom of the start hill, and Kyle got a really good one. And I thought he had the lead. Like he was ahead of me, and then I think he made a mistake going over the triple into the corner, and it just allowed me to go through. And then I feel like I kept it clean and was safe out front. So yeah, it was an okay lap.
Welcome to rounds 7 and 8 of the BMX National Series here in Platt Fields. Here with Jimmy Criddle, back with a bang.
Yeah, well, I went to Zolder and fell off in Zolder, didn't I? In the quarter on those turns, so I got concussed off that. So I couldn't race Cycloparks. That put me out of the national title. So then it was off for exams, studying, missed Cumbernauld, was it?
Yeah.
Didn't race the Euros or Worlds, so that was a bummer. Really annoyed about that, but just glad to be back now. Injury-free, exams-free, and yeah, racing again. It's buzzing, it's great. And the atmosphere is crazy, honestly. Crowd goes mental.
Welcome to rounds 9 and 10 of the National Series here in Birmingham. Here with Championship Women winner today, Sienna. So some moves.
Yeah, well, I was in gate 1, had an alright start, but I took a pretty good line in the first turn and managed to come out in first, which I was like, whoa, but yeah, no, really happy with that.
Welcome to the British Championships here at Derby. Ross back from Paris. Yeah, how did that go? How was that?
Yeah, it's a good experience. I mean, the Olympic Games is super special, and to be at my second Games was really cool. I can't lie, I would have loved to be on the start line, and it was an itch I couldn't scratch. But it's lit a fire in the stomach for LA. So I think the 4 years will go like that, and I'm going to be ready for it.
Well, that is a wrap on the 2024 British BMX Championships at Derby, bringing a draw this year to the whole series as well. So yeah, it's been a very busy year, but a really positive year, lots of great racing on track, and we're looking forward to seeing you in 2025. Okay, I think we're live again. That's good news. So yeah, here with Rich Eames. Rich, you were just doing some announcements there, a bit of admin, but yeah, racing's getting underway pretty soon here. Reflections on last year.
Well, it was an Olympic year last year, wasn't it? So there was plenty going on at the top end of the sport, and we've kind of cleared that now, so we can get back to what I call real racing, which is the National Series. Watch that next crop of youngsters come through and try and make their way through into the GB programme. It's going to be an exciting year, John.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there were some real standouts. There were a few on the reel that we just showed there in the build-up, and yeah, I can't wait to get going again. So we've got, obviously, like you said, an Olympic year last year. We're into a new cycle now, 4 years to the next one. Some great talent, which we'll see this afternoon. But of course, this morning, as well as the cruiser bruisers, there's the younger riders from 6 and under up.
Yeah, I love watching the young kids race. 6 and unders, pedalling round, looking at each other, going round turns. You can hear the mum and dads going absolutely berserk in the crowd. It's the best part, 6 and unders bringing the thunder. I say it at every single national, and I love watching them. It's going to be amazing.
Especially that first jump right behind us, which is quite a spectacle with the 6 and unders when they hit it full pelt. Not quite long enough to get on top of the jump. So yeah, harsh environment in here. Last word on the racing here.
It's going to be good. I think the key point with this weekend is you can't win a national series at the first round at Manchester. You can certainly lose one. There's going to be people who have not really ridden properly over the winter. They're going to come to this first national. Adrenaline's going to be pumping. They're going to be charging around the track, and as sure as eggs is eggs, someone's going to have a crash. It happens every single year. So I think the key message is race hard, but just dial it back just that little bit so you don't end up wrecking your season.
To finish first you must finish. Right, so riders are in the pens. I think we're about to be going up the start hill in the next few minutes. A little bit delayed this morning with admin, first round issues, transponders, X's on plates and all that sort of stuff. So check all your details, everybody, especially for this afternoon's block. So you've got 5-hour warning for any admin checks to be made. All right. So yeah, we'll go to live feed now and live comms in just a short while. Welcome to BMX Race Hub, the home of everything BMX racing here in the UK.
Welcome to BMX Race Hub.
Welcome to BMX Race Hub.
Welcome to BMX Race Hub. Welcome to BMX Race Hub. Welcome.
Welcome.
Welcome to BMX Race Hub.
Welcome to BMX Race Hub.
Welcome to BMX Race Hub. Welcome to BMX Race Hub.
Got loads of features for you. We've got live stream from the National Series, highlights packages from race day, weekends, interviews, insight, the inside line, all sorts of stuff coming up. If you can't make it to the race, you can watch here, and if you can make it to the race, you can watch back. So we look forward to seeing you trackside really soon.
Right, game on, people.
Riders ready, watch the gate. That's why they all stood up.
Ready, riders? Okay, riders, random start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Right, Moto 1 of the new season 2025. We are starting with the 8-year-olds as they head into turn number 1. Looks like Teddy Gore is the man out front at the moment. This is the part of the day where me and Lewis look at each other and go, which jersey's that? Who's that? What team's that? We'll have it all figured out by the end of tomorrow, don't worry. Really pleasant squad in there. Where's my mate Oscar Rather Fast? He's in there in 4 at the minute. But it looks like Teddy Gorman out in front, the 0-1. That belongs to Joseph Claydon. He's in there in 2. I think that's Albie Blight in there in 3, doing it for Absolute. Rooney in 5. Oscar's in there in 4. As they head down towards the line, Connor Rowe in there as well for Exeter. First Moto done. Moto 2, Rapid Roman Birdfield, Connor Grant, Charlie Cross, the Arlo Payne, Noah Bishop, Arlo Hatch and Finley Thomas. Finley powered by Jelly Babies, he's in there in 4. It looks like Connor Grant. Brooke there in front at the moment. Arlo's battling away with him. In there in 2. Finley in about 4, just moving back to 5. Noah Bishop doing it for Braintree. As we move on to Moto number 3, that looks like young Mr. Jones in there. Frankie Jones in 1. On the Birmingham Bruntwood National Race Team in there in 3. Rory Kempsford out of Knightwood going through in 4. Hard Knocks That's my mate Big Link Hargreaves, snack boy. Can't believe he's 8. He's in there pushing hard. Did I miss anybody? Alan Wong out of Peckham. Race 4, Atlas Lewis Field in this one. Archie Fisher, Ruben Mitchell, Logan Aceto, Finley Kerr, Petter Bunchik, I think that is, and Cameron Joseph out of Brixton. Looks like the 424 of Archie Fisher out of Redditch is taking it to the line, followed by Atlas Lewis Field. Race 5. These are our young ladies, 8-year-olds, Sir Matilda Hewitt, Isabella Henry, Abigail Henning, Luciana Pinzon Barron, Verity Kay and Mabel Pine. 104. That's going to be Matilda Hewitt, I think, out in front. Mabel's in there. That's Abigail Henning in there in 2. Verity's in there in 4, doing it for his national race team. If you haven't seen the race team announcement video on YouTube, give it a watch. It's very good. As we move on to race 6, Evie Farrington Bell, Susie Wyatt, Maggie Devine back from Verona, Flick Brentnall in there as well, Ola Jewis and Mia Chalk. I saw Mia, I said, Mia, I saw you on the TV last week. She looked at me, didn't know who I was, and then Mum explained it and it all made sense. Ola in there in 1, Maggie in 2, Flick going through in 3. And I've got a feeling that was the 480 of Susie Wyatt in there in 4. Race 7, Jackson Chapman Davis, William Arnold, Arthur Donaldson, Ollie Bird, Elliot Worley, Charlie Sheriff, George Kellum and Teddy Harradine. All going through in race 7. Race 8 now, 0-1. That's going to be none other than Ethan Shaw doing it for Pro Start. He's in there in 1, George Spencer. Out of Decoy, I think, in there in 2 on that template. Is it 10 yet? Reactive Racing, that's another new team joining the fray. Oakley Lewis Field in there in 3, Mabo going through in 4. That's going to be Seb Staines, I think, going through in that new Mabo kit. Looks very, very good. Race 9, Jack Griggs, Joseph Jewis, Jacob Dent, Jake James, Otto Watmore Randall. Roman James Wright, Rex Ford and Oliver Hawker. But it is Braintree's Rex Ford doing it for Halo Wheels. Keeping Julian Allen happy, he's in there in 1. Not sure who's got the 2, I've got a feeling it might have been the 19 of Joseph Jewis. Race number 10, Jack Grocock, Jacob Russell, Charlie Dowson, Oscar Ryder Bates, Alexi Carlos even, Luca Chalk and Harry Duffield. Harry doing it for Bruntwoods. Luca's in there for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, pushing hard. He's back there in 4 at the minute, chasing down Chester Grocock as they head towards that final corner. Jack Haynes in there in 2, the young man for Crucial out in front. That's going to be Charlie Dowsing taking to the line. So it's Dowsing, Haynes and Grocock, your top 3. Moving on, Jack Kitchen in there in 2nd spot, race 11, Mum's Grace. It's her 27th birthday today. Happy birthday, Grace. She's certainly not 40, don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Northeast BMX, Thomas Giles in there in 3. Got one rider chasing down towards the line. A Belfast rider in there as well. Who was that? Not a clue. All right, we're just looking after Luca. Let's hope he's okay. if you are going to fall in front of the team tent, it's probably either the best or worst place to do it, whichever way you want to look at it. All right, Luca is walking away. That's good to see. Right, race 12 up next. Right, 10-year-old girls, so Rosie Geddes, Molly Tomlinson, Erin Cheek, Emma Dean, Ruby Evans and Cara Cross. Into turn number 1, looks like allensbmx.com. Molly Tomlinson in and out of turn number 1. Rosie Geddes right there, battling away with Cara Cross there, 2 and 3. Emma Dean had a hot shot in 4. That belongs to Ruby Evans out of Cornwall, pushing hard as well. As they head down that straight, Erin Cheek from the Hawks going through in a top 5 position. But it is Tomlinson, Cross, Geddes. That is your 1, 2, 3. Dean in there in 4. I'll hand you on to Lewis for the next moto.
Race 13, 10-year-old girls on track. That is your world number 7. Holly Bishop leading this one through for Halo Wheels Race Team. The 6 plate in there with her. That's looking like Eliza Powell doing it for Crank BMX Coaching. Them 2 guys are 1 and 2 in that second turn. Who's picking up a top 3 spot at the moment? That is Arabella Denton on the 630 doing it for Brixton BMX Club. The 658 in there as well. That is Puyet Lam. In and out of that final turn, that's going to be your top 4. Looking like we've got part of the Brunsey Massive in there as well. That is Roxy Rowlands battling it out with the 17 plate of Robin Wyatt as they head to the line. Race 14, more 10-year-old girls. That looks like Maya Kolazaj on track. It is Maya leading this one out on the 906. The 9 plate just getting a little bit skew whiff down the 3rd straight. That was River Henderson. Riding it for Shanae's Reed Academy. She's going through in that top 3 spot, chasing down the 4 plate of Holly Webb as they bring it to the line. Moving on to Old Boys in race number 15. That looks like a Mabo UK rider in the mix. Got to be Joey McAvoy's inside the top 3, but your national champ from last year came out. Jacob Anderson on a charge. Absolute Bicycle Motocross leading this one out. McAvoy's worked his way around the outside. He's now in a top 2 spot. The 24 plate just being shuffled back. That was Bo Morris out of Team Air. Your world number 8 on track. Got to be Benny Jackson into that second turn. Riding for Evolve Collective. He's out front looking good, going 1 and 2 with the LCC rider. That is Teddy Jones on the 7 plate. Them 2 guys looking comfortable and clear. Rider under pressure in there in 3. That's a rider out of Team Mind. Otto Parr going to hang on to that top 3 finish. Race 17 on track. Seb Hewitt leading this one out on the 9 plate. Can recognise him from a mile away. Doing it for Radco Racing. He's leading this one through, looking like Peckham in there as well. That is Benjamin Gray on the 30. Racing down the 21 in there in 2. That is Leo Bradley doing it for Rustin at Racing, but it is all about Hewitt out front, running away with this one. Duffy, Burge, Hall, Palmer all in there as well, but the 2 spot going to go to that 21 plate of Leo Bradley. Race 18 on track. Allen's Factory Supercross, Finn Munro. Charging into turn at number 2. He's got the British champion right there with him. That is Connor Hemhill doing it for GT Factory Birmingham. NRT in there as well. That's looking like the 6 plate working on through. Preston Newmarsh Powell. The 19 plate in there in 4. Edward Cordery out of Braintree. But look at the battle out front. Munro going to take the moto win with Hemhill in 2. Race 19, more 11-year-old action coming your way, heading for that first corner. Who's the rider on the inside? Got to be Arlo Steinmetz on the 16, but the LCC guy right around the outside. Freddie Ray Orland on a charge. Check him out through this second straight. Steinmetz in there in two. That looks like it could be Oliver Richards on the 11 plate, doing it for Green Machine Tribe. Inside the top three. Who's in for the 866 coming on round? That is Frederick State out of Peterborough BMX Club, the 43 in 5. That's going to be Ollie Thorne out of Exeter, but it's all about LCC out front. Freddie Ray Orland taking it to him. He's going to pick up that Moto win. Race 20 on track. Walsh, Claydon, Wood, Powell, Dayton, Coates, Southert and Gordon. The 10 it is out front, Ronnie Wood, LCC. These guys are on a charge today so far. Look at the move in turn number 2 though, looking like that could have been Hugo Dayton. Yes, it was on the 12 plate, heading towards that final turn in front. Right there with him though, still the LCC guy, Ronnie Wood, chasing him down all the way, heading down the final straight. Who's the rider on the inside? Looking like that could be the 17 of Carlin Gordon, doing it for Krupi BMX race team. Krupi. Back again. Good to see Krupi still going. We are looking at the 11-year-old girls on a track. Holmes, Egan, Trays, Shepherd, Montfort, Lee and Tucker. The battle is all out front. The 1 plate of Maisie Egan. GT Factory going elbow to elbow with Trixie Trays. Has Trays got enough for her down this final straight? It's Evolve and GT out front. Trays and Egan to the line. Who got that one? Trixie Trays nicked it by a whisker on the line. As race 22 hits the second straight. 8-9 of Amelia Rowe out of Bradford Bandits. She's leading this one out, but the move has come in turn number 2. Looking like that could be the E7 moving on through. That is Grace Hudak doing it for Moto 1 race team. Here comes Rowe into the final turn. Looked up the inside, didn't make it happen. Who's the rider inside the top 3? Got to be Ellie Beat on the 14 plate. Yes, it is chasing down the front 2 riders, but your Moto winner is going to be Grace Hudak. E4 on the bike, that is Betty Wills doing it for Pro Star BMX, charging into turn number 2. Who's that in there with her looking like it could be the Hawks? Maisie Surtees riding for the Hawks and Sinead's Reed Academy. Sorry, she's in there in about 5 at the moment, but it's the 5 plate in the 2 spot. That's Mia Kiss doing it for Braintree. That final corner, CGR in the mix as well. That's Holly Richardson in there in 3. Bruntwood in 4. Bringing it down towards the line, that's going to be Izzy Dolan out of the Bruntwood NRT crew. 12-year-old boys on track, race number 24. The E4 leading this one out. James Bibby is out front, Jack Devine in 2. The 12 plate in there in 3. That's how they're going to bring it down to the stripe, and that was Archie Croker White picking up that top 3 spots.
Right, race 25, Bell, Childs, Bagwell, Jamira, Rook, Scott and Barnard heading down that second straight as they go towards the second turn. Riders taking off, Itai Jamira, newly mounted on Rab Racing, in there in 2, chasing down Joe Rook. Archie Bell's in there in 3. That looks like the 24 of Noah Bagwell going through as well, but it's going to be the Stay Strong rider, Rook from Jamira. Bell, that's going to be a 1-2-3 as they get to the line. Moto 26, Marcus Mullen back on the bike. Feels like ages since I've seen him. He's in that lead position. Got Poppy Bishop though chasing him down, doing it for Halo Wheels, keeping Coach Jules happy. That looks like Leon Waite in there in 3. Who's the rider in 4? That's going to be your 29 of Zach Parsons out of Braintree. Charlie Cotton's in there as well, Finley Murphy, Lucas Belton. But it's going to be Allens to the line. Mullen taking it from Bishop. Moving on, 2 plate. That'll be Leo Rowlands. Out in front, Isaac the Sender Smith in there in 2. Rider in 3, that is the 16 of Emil Challenger out of Brixton. Huey Hall's in there as well. Louis Cheffy doing it for Team Mine. And Billy Cheeseman for the Gosport National Race Team inside the top 5. But it was Rowlands, Smith and Challenger, your top 3. Race 28, Doe, Heaver, Davis, Curry, Hamill, Thompson and Allen in this one. 17 is Zach Hamill, Retro Racing, out there in front. 38 is Harrison Doe out of Exeter. Not sure who the rider is in there in that 3rd spot. Got Jet Thompson going through in 4. It was Theo Davis in there in 3. Right, template, Ronnie Payne, Jump Club, S&M Source. Out there in one, Preston Pirates. Lewis Hughes going through into the 40 is Max Livingston. And in the new club jersey, Jacob Aston. Brand new jersey's been debuted for Midlands this weekend. Sticking with that gold and black. Looking good. As we move on to race 30, Laurie, Galitis, Cheek, Ford, Riches, Ludlow, Taylor and Harding in this one. Harding in 3, pushing, getting to the inside of the 15. That belongs to Sam Riches out of Green Machine. He's been shuffled back a spot. Ryder going across the line in front. That's going to be Adrian Galitis. We're going to ride it down in turn 1. I think that's Lucas Laurie. No, it's not. It's Oliver Taylor. Oliver's up and all right. That's good to see. Race 31, 12-year-old girls, Poppy May Kirby, Ocean Headley, Grace Gerrard, Sadie McSwitty, Millie Ross and Samia Hughes. So in and out the turn we go, and in that brand new Hard Knocks bike coaching jersey is going to be Grace Gerrard leading it out as they head towards turn number 2, being chased down. Sadie McSwitty in there, pushing hard in about 5 at the moment, doing it for BMX Widow Photography. But it's Hard Knocks out in front. Poppy May Kirby in there in 2, the 8 and the 635. That's going to be Millie Ross and Samia Hughes in and out of that final turn, heading down the straight towards the line. Hard Knocks bike coaching taking the win. Grace Gerrard wins her first moto of the season. Talking to Hard Knocks, here comes Brooke Fast Fawcett, doing it for Hard Knocks and Enfuse Sport, who were on the upper level. I forgot to mention them earlier on. See them for all your sports nutrition needs. So it is Brooke leading it through. Not sure he's got that second spot. That is the template. Mara McCarran doing it for Radco Racing, another new team. And who rounds out the top 3? Paige Cathcart Cunnison. Right, red flag. My phone's ringing, hang on. Right, important announcements. Anybody who has left bikes, chairs, bags, all that rigmarole in that corner there under the scoreboard, can you go around, move your bikes, put them in the gazebo where they're supposed to be, bags with your family or your friends in the stands, wherever it is, and chairs, they all need moving. Nothing is supposed to be in that corner near the fire doors. So I've had the gaffer on the phone, everything needs moving. The health and safety blokes come in, it's going to cause a furore. If you've got stuff in that back corner under the scoreboard, bikes, bags, chairs, personal belongings, can you go down and move them immediately, please? Thank you. Nobody else heard it, Casey. We did. We thought it was funny.
We chuckled.
Right, let's do some birthday shout-outs. Let's have a look. Alex Elliott's turning 20 today. I don't know who had a roll around on the floor, but I hope they're all right. So that's from Bethan. Bethany Coates will do your shout-out in a minute, mid-morning. Grace Kitchen, happy birthday again for turning 27. I've got a special shout out to do for Nikki Spears later. And some others. I've even had Robert Cardoza on the blower from Arizona. He's watching the live. I don't know what time in the morning it is there, but he's up early with a coffee. So, let's have a look. Where are we up to? 34, I think it is. That Elizabeth Lola Poole getting in there on the 2. Yes, it is. In a new helmet, that's the reason I didn't recognise her. She's battling away with Iris Hyder, I think it is. Yeah, 2 ladies going 1 and 2. Going to be a right old battle there through the seas. Sullivan, Robinson, Blakeburn, Hatch, Lockwood and O'Brien. That looks like Henry out in front. In there in 1. The East Anglia rider going through in 2. Didn't quite catch who that was. We'll get used to it all as we go along. Seth Robinson in there in 4. Couldn't quite pick out the rider in 3. Might have been Elliot Hatch. Yes, it was. As we move on to moto number 36, Dunn, Mason, Avis, Holiday, Wood, Garbachick, Perry and Northcott. So 761, that is going to be, or 461, Christian Garbachick in there in the leads. Jake Avis going through in 2. Who was the rider in 4? I've got a feeling it was Arthur Mason. Yes, it was. There we go. 37, Lewis.
Oscar Sanders, Sinead's Reed Academy out on track. He leads out race number 37. He's going 1 and 2 with the 5-2-1 plate. That is Joel Pritchard out of the Hawks, heading for that final corner in that lovely new regenerated Hawks kit. That looks wicked, that does, in there in that 2 spot. He's chasing down. Sanders heading to the line. Here comes Pritchard with a late ditch. Who's going to get that one? Nice and close. It was Pritchard. Nicked it on the line. Sanders takes 2. Race 38, Rothwell, Northcott, Brits, Thorne, Wood, Marco, Perebny and Mellor. That is, of course, Antec Perebny, Birmingham NRT. A winner out of Verona last week. Yeah, it was Callum Wood. LCC on track, 756 on the plate. That is looking like Oakley Hill. Out front looking good. Whole shot, hot shot in there as well. That's looking like Dominic Zapanos in the 2 spot, chasing down the LCC rider who's ahead for the final turn. Fluent Bicycle Motocross, Alexander Gilbert in there inside the top 3. Who's picking up the 4? That looks like it could be Felix Zucchina on the 600 plate. He's going to round out the top 4 spots. 1 rider down. on the first straight back up to her feet though. That was Alice Barron. Put your hands together for Alice. As we take a look at the 9-year-old girls heading into that second corner. Madison Stupple, Layla Dixon and Grace are all on track. That was a massive round of applause for Alice. She's going to finish her lap. As we take a look out front, that is Layla Dixon. She's going to pick up that moto win. Taking it across the line. Grace Ledgerwood Bar in there in 3, Madison Stupple in 2. And of course, Alice Barron coming on round for the Northeast in there in 4. Gate goes down on race number 41. More 9-year-old girls heading for that first corner. Looking like it's a great start from Moto 1 race team. Phoebe Millar, your British champion, is leading this one through. The 889 in there in that 2 spot, looking like that is Ella Grant doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. She's going 2 and 3 with the fluent rider. That is Lauren Snell on the 296. So it's Grant and Snell neck and neck for that 2 spot at the moment. As they're heading through that 3rd straight, looks like we have got Maisie Dyson on the 735 in there in 4. Who's picking up the 5 spot down the final straight? Looking like that is going to be a Megan Keller at a GT Factory. Rerun on track. Not sure what race it was. That looks like it could be Absolute. Lauren Keller in the 2 spot. Absolute Bicycle Motocross out front though. Getting it into that final turn. I'd have a go at names, but it's the start of a new season, and I know I'm going to get it wrong. Absolute and GT 1 and 2 in that one. We are moving on to the Cruisers 55 plus on track. The 4X on the plate. Benters leads it out. Allen's Factory Supercross. John Bentley out front then looking good. Who's that in the 2 spot looking like the 8 plate coming on through? That is David Knowles. Adam Manchester, he's picking it up as they come on round. In and out of that final turn. Who's picking up that top 3 spot? GT Factory.
Yeah, race 43. Big Mick Goff in this one. In there in 2, chasing down the James Bond of the Northeast, Chris Madron. We've got Raimondo Biondo, the McRock, Raymond Reboard, that Maybo. Oh, you can tell it's cruiser time. Carnage going into turn number 1. Madron, Goff, Stupple and Reed, your top 4. One rider hitting the deck in Moto number 44. Not sure who it was. Who's still up there in 2. Not sure who's got the 3. Julian Allen in 4. Oh, it was Mr. O'Brien hitting the deck, I think. The Kevin Bacon of BMX. He's up, he's all right. He'll be back to flogging mobile phones before you know it. Race 45, Elliot Notman, Knight, Little Hill, Drew, Reedy and Cottrell into the turn. All the heavy hitters in this one. Looks like it's going to be Hilly out in front. GT Reedy in there in 2. Now Stu Little in there in 3. Not rocking his Evolved Bicycle Motocross jersey. It's his Rebel Racing one. We've taken it back a notch just to give a nod to our fallen friend Aidan Word. And we lost Aidan in a road bike accident earlier in the year. It's our little tribute to him. Aidan, that lap was for you, buddy. As we move on. Oh, Steve Assel! Oh, my words! Straight over the bars, into the floor. Let's hope he's all right. Martin Ogden narrowly avoiding the carnage. Oh, dear me. Brett Archibald taking the win, Oggy in 2, Barnard in 3. Wow, Stephen Hassel, Iron Man. It's one of them crashes where me and Lewis look at each other and go, let's hope he's okay. Right, anyway, back 47, Stevenson, Franklin, Labras, Hill, Duff and Matthews. Tony Labras in there in 2, chasing down the 2X. That belongs to Rich Stevenson out of Barnsbury. Northeast BMX are in there in 3. That's going to be Mark Franklin. Ryder coming through in 4 on that 16 plates. Phil Duff out of Andover, 300s. That belongs to Martin Hill from the LCC race team, and the 20 is Lee Matthews out of Ipswich. Moving on, race 48, Marco, Watson, Main, Todd, Jackson, Dave Stokes in the rocking his Rebel Racing jersey again. Main going through in 3. Peter Razandi, Todd in there in 4. Dave Stokes rounding out the top 5. And Scott Jackson doing it for Milton Keynes. Right, 7 plates, race number 49. Dylan Dixon, Peterborough. Only 4 riders in this one. Lee Grant going through as well. That's going to be Matthew Eaton in there in 2. 981 is Matt Smart out of Bruntvoods. Lee Grant in there as well. As we move on to the 40 to 44 cruisers. Look at this, out in front, Chris Evans. Growing a beard suiting him. This is his one good lap for the day, this, Lewis. He ain't got another one in the tank after this. He's absolutely flying. Look at that. New Jersey effect and everything. Groves in there in 2. Matthew Walsh doing it for Tiverton. Andrew Lockwood and Mike Whitaker. You can watch Mike's YouTube channel. He's vlogging the whole cruiser racing process. It's in there on YouTube. You can check it out as we move to race 51. Dan Popel. Kingsley Mears in this one. A few rimmers from Kingsley as he works his way down that 3rd straight. So it's Absolute Bicycle Motocross going 1 and 2, Dan Popel and Nathan Abbots. Race 52, they're getting younger, 30 to 39 cruiser. The original Tom Palmer out in front, Smiley in there in 2, Agrisali Edzans in this one, Jamie Webb for Team He's in there in 3, Dale Scott, and from Doncaster, that's going to be Dale Scott, but it is Palmer and Brown going 1 and 2. As we move on to, is this 13 to 14 cruiser? Yeah, Alfie Sim in there in 3rd. It's got Will Knowles to contend with as well. No, hang on. Cooper Westwood, Lane Goddard, Newton Hindley. Hindley in 2, Notman out in front. Alfie's in there in 3. Cooper Westwood. Okay, riders to the pens for round 2, please. Riders to the pens for round 2. Race 54, Will Knowles, Aaron Hickman, Xavi Fox Cooper, Adam Arnold, Robin Mattern, Alonso out in front. Freddie Walwork in there as well, doing it for Hard Knocks in that New Jersey. He's in there in 3. It's the Peckham/Spain rider leading it through to the line. Robin Mattern, Alonso going through, Will Knowles and Freddie Walwork. Race 55, Lewis.
13-14 cruisers are on track. Your national champion is leading this moto through for Rab Racing. They are over on the last straight, washing on as Little Cotty. He's definitely not so little anymore, though. He looks like he's going to pick up this moto win. He's going to go through in 1 and 2 with Hot Shots Ben Millington. Race 56 on track. Logan Young leads this one out on the 7 plate for DC Cycles. That looks like the 18 in there with him as they head into that second corner. We have got Benedict Marco in there as well, inside the top 4, chasing down the 077 plate. Heading for the final turn, that is Bruce Anthony. In and out of that final corner that they go. Owen Miller in there in that 2 spot, just going to be passed on the line by Bruce Anthony, who's going to take that 2 spots. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers on track. Hall, King, Sheffy, Livingston, Westwood and Kimber. Mr. Sigma Riz in there in 4. Rocco Westwood moving his way into a top 4 position. But it is Team Mind out in front, looking like Ocean King is going to pick up that Moto win. Race 58 on track, the 27 plate. Charlie Cotton leads this one through. Repping Knowsley BMX Club out front. Who's that in there with him? Looking like we have got Birmingham's Huey Hall on the 642. Chasing him down all the way, Cotton and Hall out front. Looking like Gosport NRT are in the mix as well as they go in and out of that final turn. Thompson and Cheeseman occupying spots 3 and 4, but they're under a bit of pressure as they come down to the line. That looked like it could have been Owen Smart, I think it was, on the 155, looking for a top 4 spots. Race 59 on a track then. Swales, Bradley, Morris, Swales, Labras and Squires. Right out front is the 15 of Jack Swales doing it for Fast Signatures BMX team. The 671 in there in that 2 spot. That's Leo Bradley doing it for Rustina Racing Team here. And the Bandits are going through in 3 and 4 at the moment down the final straight. Looking like Bo Morris is going to hang on to that 3 spot. And the rider in 4 was Charlie Labras out of Bradford Bandits. John O'Harradine doing it for the ladies in MK Evolution. He's back on track. Leading out this moto, it looks like Warren BMX race team in there behind him. That is Zachary Tia on the 6 plate, who's the rider going through in 3. Looking like LVG NRT, that is William Chaplin. He's going to round out the top 3 spots as Harrod picks up a moto win. More 15-16 cruiser guys on track. Where's Cooper McCrum? That looks like him in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. On the 9 plate at the moment, that is Vincent Coburn. So it is Coburn leading it at the moment from BMX Widow Photography in that 2 spot. Who's the rider looking to make moves? I think that's Jack Walford trying to work his way into a top 2 spot. He's going to have to settle for 3 for Evolve Collective. Sean Brown, Ice Bikes, made a team change through the winter, and he was out in Verona last weekend repping Ice. He's on the 7 plate, the 3 in there behind him coming on round. That is Eric McSwitty riding out of BMX Widow Photography. Them 2 guys going to go 1 and 2 with I think that might have been race 63. Sorry about that, guys. Completely missed that one. We are on to race 64. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers heading into that first corner. Looking like we have got Rab Racing's Dan Wilson on the 2 plate leading it out. Who's that on the 4 in there in that 2 spot chasing him round? Got to be Arne Esselmont doing it for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Another rider that's made a move change in the winter, looking like DC Cycles are in there as well on the 14X. That's Colby Hall. In and out of that final turn, Wilson under pressure. Here comes Esselmont looking to push it to the line. Them 2 guys going to go through in 1 and 2. More 17, 29-year-old cruiser action coming your way. National champ from last year. Rab Racing's Alex Brooks leads this one through. Smooth as you like as he comes out of that first turn. The 2X in there with him. That is Thomas Millar out of Moto 1365. In and out of that second corner. Who's the rider picking up the 3 spot? Got to be the 15. As they come on round, that is Niall Moss doing it for Fast Signatures race team. In and out of that final turn, this rider's making moves. Matt McHugh is under a bit of pressure, but it looks like he's going to hang on to a top 4 spot. Taking BMX Widow Photography through across the line. Race 66 on track. Connor Hedges in that 2 spot, chasing down the template of Rocky O'Brien. Then 2 guys, 1 and 2 at the moment, looking like DC Cycles in the mix as well. Inside the top 3, that is Connor Blythe, being chased down by the 12 plate of Pete Watson. In and out of that final turn, doing it for Royal Air Force. But it is all about O'Brien out front. Blythe going to make his move to go from 3 to 2. Hedges back to
All right, moving on, moto number 67, Lilicha Ziwa, newly in that Mabo kit for 2025. Looking good in the black, white and gold. She's out there in front at the moment. Hannah Drew in there in 2. Hannah had a great weekend out in Verona last weekend, making some finals. That's Alexis McCartney going through in 3. Template that belongs to Trinity Cam. Urban Air in there in 4. Jodie Musgrove in 6. Bethan Cowley in the mix as well, and Chloe Tompkins. But it is Chiziwa taking it from Drew, McCartney and Cam. Moto number 68, Hedges, Pike, Cadman Carpenter, Radcliffe, Elwood, Young and Hempstock. I don't think Isla's in this one. Isla Young had a bit of a knee injury at school, Dad was telling me earlier on. So unfortunately no Isla Young. Get well soon, Isla. But it's Annalise Cadman Carpenter out there in front. Hot Shots Isla Radcliffe going through in 2. Ice Bikes in there in 3. That's going to be Yetska Hempstock. Abby Pike going through in 4. Hannah Hedges in 5. And Jamie Elwood in 6. Moving on, more 17 to 29-year-old girls. Anya Mata and Alonso out in front. Taylor Lee Moen right there with her. Amy Willets going through in 3. Izzy Hurry in 4. Still on the best-looking cruiser in BMX. That lovely blue-coloured Mabo. I was having a little look at it earlier on. Jamie Hyam going through. Erin Jackson. And who've I missed? Oh, Isabella Rutherford. Sorted race gear in that new kit. Race 70, 30-plus female cruiser. Isla, Clements, Gall, Beckett, Hempstock and SJ. Jane Nichols in there in 2, chasing down Becca Gall. Rowan Beckett's in there in 3. Magic Manda and her Healing Hands of Heaven in there in that 4th spot. Fawn Clements doing it for Tima, pushing hard as well. And Emily Isla out of Urban Air. But it's going to be Becca and Sarah going 1 and 2. Rowan in there in 3. More 30-plus female cruiser. None of them are over the age of 21. Grace Turner, Lisa Tarlin, Michelle Stupple out in front. Gosport's national race team. Anita Wong, Queen of YouTube, in there in 2. Joe Wheel and Karen Evans also in the mix as well. But it's Michelle and Nita going 1 and 2. Joe's pushing for the 3. Just getting the pressure put on now from the 17 of Grace Turner. It's the battle of the Midlands ladies for 3 and 4. Gracie's going to get it. Joe's going to get that 4th spot. As we move on, Nikki Sitch. Her 40th consecutive year of national racing. Every year since 1985, Nikki has lined up on a gate. Battling with Lee Pendleton, who's probably done round about the same amount of years as well. Annie Chiziwa, Coach Chizzy in there in 3. Suzanne Jenkins in there for Preston. Tracy Sharp, Claire Albert. Right, Josh Orr, Moto 63 from Telford. Josh Orr, can you go to admin with your bike, please? Joshua Orr, Telford BMX Club, to admin with your bike. Thank you. Right, Moto 73, 6 and unders, bringing the thunder. Here we go. Jack Byrne, Dennis Turner, Alejandro Crudo Estevez, Luke Barron, Jensen, Di Ellis, Dowson, Leo Hawker, and Stanley Lockwoods. In and out of the turn we go.
Who's out there in front? Oh, 1, 2, 3, hitting the deck. Stanley Lockwood with some slalom skills, you wouldn't believe it. The 782 of Dennis Turner's had a fall as well. Oh my words. Absolute craziness in Moto number 73. Moving on, 74, Lewin Jamira out in front. No idea who's got the 2 of the 3. Missed them all as they came past. Lewis Dodd's in there, I think. Henry Dodd even. Lewis Dodd played for St Helens. He's now at South Sydney. I've got my rugby players and my BMXers mixed up. If only Henry Dodd was earning Lewis Dodd's salary. That's all I can say. Oh dear me, 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Well done, boys. Right, let's have a look. 7-year-olds. Chalkos, Tomlinson, Krasosiak, Bridle, Thorne, Brown and Cactins. Let's have a look who we've got. The 0-1 out in front. Oliver Bridle, British champion. Charlie Thorne in there on the 536. Doing it for allensbmx.com. Gosport National Race Team, Eddie Brown. He's in there in that second position. But it's going to be Bridle, Brown, Tomlinson, 1, 2 and 3. Bruntwood are in there in 4 as we move on to race 76. Gregory, Powell, State, Yates, Svensson, Beckett and Bradley. Harry Powell doing in for decoy, but he's got to chase down young Mr. Shelby Yates. About 750,000 subscribers on YouTube. But there are kids here this weekend with more subscribers, believe it or not. I'll tell you about that one after. Rowan Beckett in there in 2. Decoy going through in 3. That's going to be Harry Powell. And he was battling with Jax Bradley. Right, 461. Sophia Rees, the 7-year-old girls, Evie Knight, Noah Kerr, Ada Warner and Kenzie Cheek. So Sophia's in there in 1, doing it for Crank BMX. Who's the young lady in 2, the 366? That's Ada Warner. Have we lost one? No, we've not. They're just very small and they disappear between the jumps. That'll be Evie Knight out of Cornwall. Well done, Evie. Noah Kerr out of Retro Racing. As we move on, right, let's have a look. Esme Anderson and Hattie McGoldrick newly mounted on GT. These young ladies going 1 and 2 in the minute. Opal Jones, Erin Thoros and Alice Laurie for Mid-Lancs in the new Mid-Lancs jersey, pushing hard. But it's the 2 young ladies out in front. Esme Anderson. Here comes Hattie McGoldrick round the outside. She's been doing those sprints with Hard Knocks bike coaching. Look at the battle as they go into the turn. GT versus Moto 1. McGoldrick, Anderson scrapping away. Hattie's going to take the win. Esme's going to get the 2. Who's going to get the 3? Is it Opal Jones? I think it is for Cardiff. Alice doing it for Mid-Lancs. Battle to the line. Erin in there as well. Well done, girls.
Looks like we are ready to go racing with the second rack of motos. Your first set of motos done and dusted for the AM block of round number 1. It's a mouthful. Right, we are back racing, race number 79, heading towards turn number 1. These are your 8-year-old boys. Who's on the inside? Looking like Connor Rowe on the 5.25 for Exeter. No, sorry, it's Joseph Claydon out of Exeter, and PCR, your British champion, leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Pitar Bunchik picking up that 2 spot as they go in and out of that second corner. The 3 and 4 are battling it out as well. That's the 6.77 of Archie Walsgrove, and the 3.34 in there in 4. That is Charlie Crossley out of Tiverton, looking for a way round down the final straight. It's all about your British champ though, Claydon. He's going to take that moto win. Peckham BMX in that 2 spot. Kempsford, Rutherford, Blight, Birdfield, Wong, Aceto and Lewisfield all on track. Who's that on the inside? Making moves on Rapid Roman, looking like sorted race gears. Oscar rather fast. He's your new race leader. Here comes Rapid Roman, though he's not done yet. Looking for a way round. Logan Aceto in the mix. Roman's thrown in a move in the final turn. He carved that final corner like a Christmas turkey. Rapid Roman's going to take the moto win. Rather fast in at 2. Race 81, 8-year-olds into turn number 2. Who's on the inside? Looking like we've got Frankie Jones in this one somewhere. He's in about 5 at the moment, but there's a battle out from the 904 and the 656. That's Arlo Payne leading it out. Teddy Gorman out of MK Evolution looking for a high-low in the final turn. Can he make it stick? Gorman drag racing down the final straight. Payne and Gorman to the line. Who's going to get that one as we lose a rider? 2 of them. It was Teddy Gorman taking the moto win. Redditch premieres, a rider down on the first straight. That was Archie Fisher. And I think that might have been Cameron Joseph that hit the deck as well. It was Cameron. Let's hope that them 2 guys are all right. Put your hands together for Archie Fisher as he finishes his lap. The Brunty Massive, though. Cosimo Sierra. Brookwood Park NRT picking up that moto win. Just going to make sure that Cameron's all right. Once again, put your hands together for Archie as he finishes his lap, ladies and gents. Put your hands together for Cameron Joseph, ladies and gents, as he walks away. Back on track then with race number 83. These are 8-year-old girls. Who's the rider looking for a whole shot? That's Maggie Devine on the 366. She's going to lead this one out of the first turn. Who's in 2 and 3? Whether the British champ is picking it up as they come on round. Ola Jewis, the 279 in there as well. That is Abigail Henning inside the top 3. Looking to make some moves in that second corner. Flick Brentnall's in there inside the top. Here comes the 279, looking for a way round. Henning has thrown in the move on Jewis in that second turn. Still your race leader though, Maggie Devine out front. Drag race down the final straight. Who's going to get that 2 spot? Jewis is going to hang on to it. Henning's going to round out the top 3. Pine, Hewitt, Arnold, Chalk, Wyatt and Farrington Bell all out on track. 657 of Mabel Pine, PCR and Exeter leading this one through, being chased down by the 184 of Matilda Hewitt, doing it for Radco Racing into that final turn. The front 2 ladies looking safe and clear from the rest of the pack. But this one is all about the 657 of Mabel Pine. She's going to pick up that moto win. Another Radco Racing rider on a track. That looks like Seth Kacharik out of Derby BMX Club. He's leading this moto through. Who's in there with him? Looking like we have got Mongoose Factory. That is Tobias Groves on the 9 plate under a bit of pressure in that final turn. Looking like we've got fast signatures. Joseph Dewis, he's looking for a top 2 finish. He's going to have to settle for 3 as Cacciaro picks up that moto win. Race 86 on track, the 7 on the plate. Leading this one out, that is Jack Belton doing it for Exeter into that second turn. Who's in there with him? Looking like Charlie Sheriff has just had the move stuck on him in turn number 2. That is Rocco Westwood. Mr. Sigma Riz, he's out there in that 2 spot in that lovely Saturday Mabo UK kit. He's going to pick it up down the final straight, but it is the 7 plate. Going to take this moto win, that's all about Jack Belton. Last year's national champ on track, crucial racing. He's being chased down though as they head towards that second turn. It is Dowsing leading this one out. The rider in that 2 spot is the 10 plate of George Spencer, doing it for Decoy BMX Club. He's looking for a way round out of that final turn. Looking like Fluent Bicycle Motocross, that's Jack Kitching inside the top 3. Crank BMX coaching in there in 4. That was Jacob Dent on the 15 plates. Sinead's Reed Academy on track. Ollie Bird riding out of CGR. He's leading this one out. Who's in there with him? LCC in the mix inside the top 3. That is Jack Haynes looking to make moves. The 14 plate just being shuffled back to that 3 spot. That is Oakley Lewisfield. So it is Bird and Haynes 1 and 2 down the final straight. Looking like that's how they're going to wrap this one up, with Oakley Lewisfield in there for 3. British champ on track, the 3 plate in there behind him, chasing him down. Ethan Shaw, Pro Star BMX, he's out front at the moment. The 3 plate is, of course, Rex Ford, riding out of Halo Wheels Race Team and Braintree BMX Club. The Northeast in the mix as well inside the top 3. That looks like it could be Thomas Giles on the 6 plates. Race 90, 10-year-old girls on track. W7 on the plate, Holly Bishop, Halo Wheels Race Team leading this one out. Who's in there in the 2 spot? Looking like we've got the 630 plate of Arabella Denton out of Brixton. Her clubmate in the mix as well inside the top 4 as they go in and out of that final corner. Who's the rider splitting them up in 3? That looks like Hot Shot Racing's Emma Dean, but your race winner is going to be your world number 7.
Right, moto number 91, Henderson, Webb, Rowlands, Tomlinson, Cross, Evans and Agnes Lamb in this one as well, doing it for Manchester BMX Club. Looks like Molly's in there in that second position. Pressure coming though from the 9 as they head down towards that final corner. River Anderson doing it for the Sinead's Reed Academy, chasing down Holly Webb. Tomlinson's in there in 3, Cara Cross in 4, Roxy Rowlands in there as well, Agnes Lamb going through. And Ruby Evans out of Cornwall as we move on to Moto 92. No Una Svensson in this one, but we've got Florence Kay, Beth Worley, Marja Olivia Collier, Eliza Powell and Rosie Geddes. I know Brody isn't racing this weekend. He's done himself a bit of a mischief. Get well soon, Brody. Hope to see you back on track in the not too distant future as we move into Moto number 93. Zachary Farrington Bell, Isaac Moore, Arthur Claydon, Albert Turner, Ollie Warner, Ronnie Woods, the Land Shark in there in that top spot, Arlo Steinmetz and Stanley Duffy as well. So it's the Land Shark doing sharky things down that 3rd straight. Look at Arlo Steinmetz trying to work his way in from 4 to 3, getting in there, battling with the rider from Moto 1. That was Ollie Warner. Ronnie Woods taking the win. Who got the 2? That was Arthur Claydon. Warner for the 3. Isaac Moore rounding out the top 5 as we move on to Moto number 94. Jacob Anderson, Absolute Bicycle Motocross in there in 1. Preston Newmarsh Pow going through in 2. That's going to be Teddy Jones doing it for LCC BMX Race Team. Oh! Riders down coming out of the final turn. I think there was 2 of them hit the deck. Let's hope they're both okay. Not sure who it was. It might have been Thomas Henning. We'll just keep an eye on these guys. Right, guys, we're going to pull it over. Red flag, red flag. Just because of where the riders are in the last turn. So that moto will be rerun. Moto 95 will be rerun. Freddie Ray Alden, Connor Hemphill, Sam Smith, Kylan Gordon, Reggie Palmer, Seth Ritchie, Ronnie Walwork and Aidan Dowling. Moto 95, that's going to get rerun. It will give you some time to get your breath back, boys. All right, lost property. It's a TLD glove with a very fetching monster eye on it. Probably fit about a 12-year-old. If you've lost a red Troy Lee glove with a monster eye. Of all the things I never thought I'd say. Come down and see us. You can have it back. The first lost glove of the season. It didn't take long, did it? Yeah. I think our tea lady's been abducted as well. Finn Drellincourt, lady. Do you want to get us a brew, Finn? Can you get us a brew? Is that all right? He's looking at me going, are you joking, Rich? You're not going to go make me a brew, Finn? There we go, bit of pressure. Works in the end. I've got to put these Manchester kids to work, do you know what I mean?
Rich Eames, the most persuasive man in BMX.
Bit of peer pressure, works like a charm. Right, where are we up to? I've got no idea. That's Benny Jackson. Let's have a look. Yeah, race 96, Malkin, Jones, O'Connell, Jackson, Coates, Hall, Parr and Grimm. Sounds like the Seven Dwarves, doesn't it? Anyway, Benny Jackson leading it out the turn, doing it for the Evolved Collective. You all right, Lewis? You're just choking. So Benny's in there in one. That's going to be Jaden O'Connell, I think, in there in two. Team Mind in three. That's going to be Otto Parr. And Isaac Jones in four. Race number 97, mate. Yeah, it's you, 97. No, I'm still on. It's early in the season. We've not in our floor yet. Edward Cordery taking that moto, I think it was. Was it? Yes, it was, with Sebastian Hewitt, Leo Bradley, Joseph McAvoy. Right. Race 98. Benjamin Gray, Ollie Thorne, Hugo Dayton. That's Finn Monroe out in front. Sam Snell's in there. Alfie Hart, Bo Morris, Frederick State. But it's allansbmx.com, Finley Monroe. Hugo's going to take the two. And Bo Morris in three. Right, race 99, India Bennett, Maisie Surtees. Maisie also on the Sinead Reid Academy. Rachel Pritchard, Ellie B, Ophelia Shepherd, Erin Holmes, and Grace Hudak. It's Hudak. In there in front. So Grace is out front. Maisie in there as well. Ellie Beats. Doing it for Manchester. Ooh, not quite stealing it on the line. As we move on to race 100, the 11-year-old girls, Aria Rose Lee, Jamie Puddock, Trixie Trays, Bonnie Dudley, Amber Tucker, Holly Richardson, and Isla Milne. Had a chat with Ian yesterday. Used to racing back in the 90s. Always good to see one of my old dueling partners. Oh, rider down in the turn. Aria Rose Lee getting a portion of elbow with extra chili sauce, and it didn't quite pay off. Bish bash bosh. Race 101, Freya Monforte, Maisie Egan. Where's Maisie? Maisie's out in front, doing it for GT on the Cadbury's Dairy Milk bike. Amelia Rowe, Mia Kiss, Izzy Dolan, Betty Wills and Isla Savaratni in this one. Maisie under pressure though as they come to the line. Who's going to get it? I think Maisie just gave it up. She did. Betty Wills taking the win by a smidge. There we go. I've used the word smidge already. We should have a word of the day and try and worm it in somewhere in the middle of the motos. I can only imagine the suggestions that would come from up there.
I've already got a few people that give me some suggestions, and I'll just say some of them suggestions can't be crowed into to commentary. It's not allowed.
And we'd have to check them all in the Urban Dictionary before we mention them. Right, hang on. We're race 1 on 2. Max Curry, Jacob Aston in this one. That's Archie Bell, I think, in there in 2. Is it? Or has he taken the win? He might have even taken the win. Right, race 103.
12-year-old boys on a track. Retro Racing leading this one through. Zach Hamill on the 17 plate. He is going 1 and 2 with Leon Waite out of B Strong race team. And 2 guys looking good out front. Preston Pirates in there as well. Lewis Hughes inside the top 3 as they go in and out of that final turn. Moves being made. Looked like that was the 46 of Theo Davies working his way into a top 5 position. Race 104 on track. Ronnie Payne, Source, S&M and Junk Club leading this one out. But he's got Divine right there with him, riding out of sorted race gear. Them 2 guys are 1 and 2 down the final straight. MK Evolution in there as well. That's going to be Oliver Taylor rounding out your top 3. Race 105 on track, looking like Stay Strong. Clark and Kent, Joe Rook leading this one out. Your British champ looking good at the moment. The sender in there with him, that is Isaac Smith, in and out of that second corner, doing it for Rab Racing. Then 2 guys running away from the rest of the pack at the moment. Who is the 18 plate on the inside, heading for the final turn? That's going to be Akim Brazia out of Cyclopop, but he's had the move put on him around the outside. That is the 11 of Adrian Galitis out of Moto 1 race team, going to pick up that top 3 spots.
Race 95. This is your rerun from earlier on. Connor Hemphill leading it out. Freddie Ray Orland in 2. Kylan Gordon going through in 3. Sam Smith rocking that new Midlands Club jersey. Oh! He's had a problem in the turn, slipped his pedals. He's back there to 5 now with pressure coming from Ronnie Wall working 6. So it's going to be Hemphill, Orland, Gordon, 1, 2 and 3. The Hawks, Aidan Dowling in 4. Sam Smith's working his way back. Steals that top 4 spot.
James Bibby on track, Pro Start BMX. He looks like he's grown about 3 feet over the winter. He is your European number 4 and he's putting down some pace through this third straight at the moment. Who is the 38 plate in there behind him? That is Harrison Doe out of Exeter, being chased down by the 2 Braintree Bullets. That is the 33 of Noah Ford. Inside the top 3, he's under a lot of pressure though from his club mate. On the 29 plate, that is Zach Parsons. Them 2 guys going to go 3 and 4. Race 107, got to be a Tajamira. Rab Racing made the move through the winter, being chased down by Croker White. Here comes Finn Munro though on the 8 plate, I think that is. He's going to round out the top 3 spots across the line. Race 108, male 12s, looking like the 7 plate leading this one out. That is Leighton Harding doing it for GT Factory. Who's in there with him? Got to be the W6 of Poppy Bishop. She's mixing it up with the boys this season. Doing it for Halo Wheels race team, chasing down your race leader. So it is GT and Halo out front at the moment. The 23 plate in there as well. That is Albert Alazanz in and out of that final turn. That's going to be your front 3. Gosport NRT in the mix as well. That's Max Livingston rounding out the top 4. Race 109 on track. The 498 in this one, that is Alexi Adams. This is her first ever national race and it's her 12th birthday today. So massive, massive happy birthday to Lexi. She's on track at the moment, having a good old scrap. She's in there in 4th. Keeping a few riders at bay as they go in and out of that final turn as Brooke Fast Fawcett takes that moto win. And birthday girl Lexi Adams rounds out the top 4. 12-year-old girls race at 110. That is the 2 plate leading this one out. Elizabeth Lola Poole out of sorted race gear. She's being chased down by the rider out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross. That is Freya Harris on the 11 plate. So it's all about sorted at the moment. Harry's isn't done yet though. Into the final turn and back out again. It's all about sorted race gear on the 2-plate. Gonna take that Moto win. That's Elizabeth Lola Poole. E3 on the bike. That is Iris Hyder. Pure Bicycles. Lovely new kit for the season. Pure have. And she's repping it at the moment, out front, looking good. Battle on for that 2 spot. That is the 3 and the 8 plate going at it into that final turn. Lauren Keller, Millie Ross. Ross gets the advantage out of the final corner for Team Mine. She's going to pick up the 2 spot. Keller goes back to 3. Look at that battle for 4. Who's going to get it? I think that was Maura McCarran out of Rad Racing Co. Ooh, we've got some posh cups. Thank you very much, Flynn. Appreciate that. Some very posh teacups. All right, okay. I won't say that. you figured out how that cup works? Yeah, we're there. Wicked. I was watching. Yeah, I'll give it a go in a minute. That was race 112. Sorry about that. Completely missed it. Grace Gerard taking that Moto win. As we move on to the 9-year-old boys, race 113. Hot shot racing with a cracking gate. Dominic Zapanos, he's going to pick up the whole shot in and out of turn number 1, but there's a rider looking underneath him. The 329, and now they're scrapping away for that 1 spot. That looks like it could be Callum Wood out of Green Machine. Zapanos out front. Wood all over his back wheel, trying to find a way round. The front 2 riders running away with it at the moment. Here comes the 5-2-1 making moves. That's Joel Pritchard repping the Hawks new race kit. In and out of that final turn, he's made his move to get into a top 3 spot, but it is Zapanos out front, Wood in there for that 2. That's how they're going to take that one across the line. Race 114, 9-year-old boys, your British champ on track. Big Hens doing it for Crucial Racing. Into that second turn, who's in there behind him? Oakley Hill on the 756 of it is Crucial and LCC out front. Team Air in there as well, that is the 481. Bringing it on round Arthur Mason, heading into the final corner. In and out they go and back down the final straight. Big Hens is going to take this Moto win as stylish as you like. Heading down that final straight. More male 9 action coming your way through that first straight. Who's the rider on the inside? The Brunty Massive. That's got to be Seth Robinson, repping that lovely red Troy Lee helmet from last season. He's looking as smooth as you like in that 1 spot, but he's got a rider on his left-hand side into turn number 2, trying to make his move. Into that second turn they go and back out. Who's the rider working his way through? That's the 307. Of Elliot Hatch doing it for Rustin Up Racing. Hatch then your new race leader. Who's in there in 2? Seb Perry's made his move as well. He now picks up that 2 spot. Robinson drops back to 3. He's under a bit of pressure down to the line. He's going to hang on to that podium spot. As race 116 heads into turn number 1. Antec Perebny on track. Birmingham NRT. Check this guy out. One rider goes airborne out of that first corner. That looked like it was, I think, the 460. In and out of turn number 2, the movers come from Affluent Bicycle Motocross, looking to make his way around. Jake Avis still chasing Perebny into that final turn. It was Alfie Thorne in there in 3 who went airborne out of that first corner, but Perebny, Avis, Thorne, 1, 2, 3. That's how they're going to wrap up that moto. Race 117 on track. Ethan the Great White's in this one on the inside, and he's going to look to pick himself up a whole shot. He's got Marco in there behind him, and Fluent Bicycle Motocross in the queue as well. But it is Moto 1 race team leading this one out. Ethan the Great White in there in 1. In race 117, who's in there in 2? Looking like we have got Oscar Marco out of DC Cycles. In and out of that final turn, then Moto 1, DC Cycles, Fluent Bicycle Motocross going through inside the top 3. That's going to be Alexander Gilbert, and that's how they're going to wrap it up over the line. Female 9s on track, race 118, British champ. Phoebe Millar leading this one out, your British champ. Who's that in there in the 2-spot fluent bicycle motocross? That is Lauren Snell. 9th birthday today, so a happy birthday to Lauren. She's given herself a birthday treat out there in that 2-spot, looking like GT Factory in there as well. Megan Keller rounding out the top 3, being chased down by Layla Dixon out of Peterborough Phantoms down the final straight. That's the order they're going to bring it across our line. Race 119 on track. Alice Barron, Maisie Dyson, Ella Grant, Grace Ledgerwood-Ball and Madison Stupple leading this one out, looking like absolute bicycle motocross. That is Ella Grant. She's being chased down though by Maisie Dyson, doing it for the Bandit. She's up to that 2-spot at the moment. Then 2 ladies running away with it as it stands. The 508 plate in the mix as well. Alice Barron, she's up from her crash earlier on and she's repping the Northeast well inside the top 3, being chased down by fast signatures down the last straight. Madison Stupple, she's going to have to settle for that 4 spot, and the rider in 5 is Grace Ledgerwood-Barr. 55 plus Cruiser Bruisers heading for turn number 1. Who's going to get the whole shot all the way from lane number 8? That is Brent Featherstone, Evolve Collective. He leads this one out. Your national number 4 from last year. The 8 plate in there behind him. David Knowles doing it for MCR. That looks like Musgrove in the mix as well. Out of the Northeast, he's up to the top 3 at the moment, in and out of that second corner, looking like GT Factory in the mix. That is Steve Keach, being chased down by the 11 plate of Jonathan Charleswood, doing it for Dirt BMX. Team Bunny's in there as well. That's Steve Needham in about 6 at the moment, but down to the line, Featherstone's going to take that Moto win.
Moto number try that again, Rich. Moto number 121, heading down towards turn number 1. That looks like John Bentley leading it into the corner. AlansBMX.com, Factory Supercross, Big Mick Goff in there into the McRock. Raymond Reed is in there in 3. Chris Madron in 4. Billy Stupple in 5. Keith Brown in there in 6. And Michael Whittaker out of Bournemouth as well. But it looks like Benter's in and out the final turn. Big Mick Goff just saving it, I think, for a little bit for later on. He's going to take that second position. The McRock's under pressure at the line. Did he hold it? Yes. No! That's your brew. Thanks to the tea lady over there, Flynn Drilling Court. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Flynn. Where are we up to? 50 to 54 cruiser. That is Martin Oggy Ogden. I think that's the fastest lap he's done for about 3 years. He's out there in front at the minute. Brett Archibald in there as well. That looks like Stu Little, Evolved and Bicycle Motocross in there in that 3rd spot. Being chased down by Matt Haywood. Race 123, Hilly, Brett Knight, Patrick Graham, Daz Reedy, Pete Butler, Darren O'Brien, but no Stevie Hassel in this one. Let's hope he's all right and not too badly banged up. Hilly's leading it through. This is Alan Hill's 43rd consecutive year of national racing. 43 years. Holy guacamole. Right, hang on. Gaz, what are you doing? He's having a mad 5 minutes. Has his chain come off? I think it has. Oh, chain's completely off. It's snapped, I think. Is there a chain on the track somewhere? Have we got it? Because Gaz has got no chain on his bike at all. Is there a chain on the track over there? Just have a look. Is there a chain lying around? I don't know where it's gone. Who's got it? Oh, we've got it. Andy's got it. It's fine. Right, we've got an extra special birthday shout out now for somebody who's not actually even in the building, at home watching on the live stream. Lewis's sister Amy, turning 28 today. And if she's watching and she's thinking, who's put you up to that, Rich? Lewis has, so you can blame him. So Lewis's sister Amy, watching at home on the live stream, happy 28th birthday. You don't look it. You look much younger than that, so she'll be chuffed to have a shout on the live stream. Anyway, back to the action. Fraser Watson taking the win. Mr. Labras in there in 2. Race 126 on track right now. That'll be Andy Todd, Scott Main, Mark Franklin, Philip Duff, Norbert Marco, and Rich Stevenson. Mr. Marco in 1, Mr. Stevenson in 2. Scott Main in there in 3, the 606. That belongs to Mark Franklin from Northeast BMX. He's in there in that 4th spot. Peterborough's Andy Todd going through in 5. And Philip Duff in 6. Right, somebody has stolen Chris Evans and replaced him with a cyborg. I've never seen him go this fast ever. He must be desperate for the loo or something. He just wants to get off the track as soon as humanly possible. So Chris Evans in there in 1. Andy Groves in 2. Bruntwood's national race team. Lee Grant in there and Mr. Whittaker. I don't know in which order because they both look the same. So that doesn't help. Anyway, as we move on to moto number 128, Dylan Dixon, Matthew Eaton, Andrew Lockwood and Matthew Walsh. Mr. Eaton out there in front at the moment. That'll be Dylan Dixon. Oops. Somebody got that one wrong on the gate. 2 riders over the bars. In 30 to 39 cruiser, Dan Popel I think was one of them. Or was it Nathan Abbott? He was one of them anyway. One of the absolute guys. Let's have a look. The 0-1. Who was that? It was Dan Popel who went over the bars. And King of the Rimmers, Kingsley Mears. He'll be back for the next one, don't you worry. Anyway, moving on. Race 130, Agris Eliedzans, the original Tom Palmer, Matt Martin at Smiley Brown. In his brand new race kit, to be fair, that looks really good. I quite like that new Smiley's Flight Club kit. Yep, squash and pop. All good. Race 131, 13 to 14-year-olds. Where are we up to? Bruce Anthony. That sounds like a superhero alias. Bruce Anthony is Batman. But it's not Bruce Anthony, it's Bruce Wayne, I know, but that's what it sounds like. Anyway, moving on. Look, first National of the Year, we can get away with this stuff. Todd Smith-Notman, Daniel Borrachini, Jake McKenna, Benedict Marco and Adam Arnold. Is Smith-Notman in 1, McKenna in 2. That's going to be Cooper Westwood in there in 3. Cooper Hero. Cooper Hero. All right then. That's fine. Anyway, moving on. More 13 to 14-year-olds. Little Cotty, who ain't that little anymore, but he'll always be a little Cotty compared to his dad anyway. So little Cotty in there in 1. In the nicest possible way, Mark, obviously. Wallwork in 3. Oh, just forget that one. Right, let's move on. Robin Matter and Alonso. Alfie Sim doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in that 3rd position. Chasing down the rider from Hot Shot. Ben Millington. Sorry, Ben, I didn't realise that you'd moved on to Hot Shot. That's what confused me. So, Matter and Alonso, Millington, Sim, and is that Hunter Mallion going through? Yes, it is. There we go. Right, 9 to 12-year-old cruisers, Rocco Westwood, Jet Thompson, Charlie Cotton, Charlie Labras, Bo Morris, Max Livingston, Taylor Hoare. And it is the 27 out in front. Charlie Cotton. For Merseyside BMX Club as it is now. It's not Knowsley anymore, it's Merseyside. They've got new jerseys, they've got a spring series. It's going really well. So big up to the Merseyside BMX Club, massive. Doing good things down there. Let's get hundreds of kids from the Merseyside area racing BMX. As we move on to Moto 136, Squires, Sheen King, Huey Hall, Billy Cheeseman, Tom Barnard and Harry Swales. Heading down towards that line, Jacob out of Biddeford. Another one of those tracks that we used to go to back in the day for nationals. As your sister rung and gone, I hate you, Lewis. Has she been nice? Fair enough. We did try. So as we go in and out of the corner, that's more 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Smart, Heaver, Kimber, Bradley, Cheffy and Swales. Got completely lost there, I do apologise. Race 138, these are the cruiser bruisers. John O'Harradine doing it for all the single ladies out in front. The 9, X, that is Jack Walford's, Evolve Collective. Alfie Andrews, Aidan Giles, Cooper McCrum. I think Cooper's been in a grow bag over the winter. He's got really tall.
(15-16) cruisers. Race 139 on track. That is the 5-plate leading this one through. Stan Palmer out of Fast Signatures Race Team. Warren BMX in there as well. That is Zachary Tia on the 6 plates of the 5 and 6 from last year. Going to go 1 and 2 in that moto, and that looks like it was. Joe Little in there for 3. Sean Brown on track, 7 on the plate. He's being chased down by the 9 of Vincent Coburn into that second corner. Looking like we have got an LVG rider, Will Chaplin on the 727 inside the top 3. Chasing down Coburn, heading for the final turn. Here comes the 3-plate of McSwitty, getting back into the action. He's into a top 4 spot. Not quite sure what happened to him at the start of the race, but it's going to be Brown picking up that moto win. Race 141, 17, 29-year-old cruisers. That looks like it could be Luca Manzi on the inside. DC Cycles leading this one out. They've got 3 guys in this one, and they are in 1, 3 and 4. Rocky O'Brien splitting up the DC party then in that 2 spot at the moment, repping that Bolivian jersey, heading towards the final turn. It is still Manzi out front. Blythe's in there in that 3 spot. Here comes the rider in 4, looking like that could be Taylor Hoare. I think it can't be Hoare, sorry, he's inside that top 4 spot. Matt McHugh going to go through in 5. On Esselman in the middle of the pack in this moto, but it is led out by the 2-plate of Dan Wilson. He's being chased down by the 2X, doing it for Moto 1 race team. That is Tom Millar. So the 2-plates 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like it could be Royal Air Force. Pete Watson inside the top 3. Who's in there in 4? Heading in and out of that final corner. Got to be Owen Pullen doing it for 0-1 Racing down the final straight. That's going to be your front 4. Dan Wilson, Rab Racing out front with a moto win. Race 143 on track. Your race as the 9-plate leads this one through. Josh Cates, Connor Hedges in there in that 2 spot. That looks like Max Henderson in there for 3. Put your hands together for Kean Brown then, ladies and gents. Back up to the start hill. 17-29 has hit the track once again. The 1-plate lead in this one out. Rab Racing already seen his teammate pick up and they went 1 and 2 last season series. Alex Brooks on a charge into turn number 2. Looks like it could be Fast Signatures in there as well. Picking it up as they come around. Niall Moss in that 2-spot. Moto 1 in there in 3 of that is of Theo Pope in and out of that final turn. Moves being made in the final corner. Caden Roberts working its way into a top 4 spot, but it is going to be Brooks and 1 and 17-29-year-old women's cruiser now out on track. That is the 3-plate leading it out. Hannah Drew doing it for Pro Stop BMX. Taylor right there with her in that 2-way round. Hotshot Racing in the mix as well. Inside the top 3, that is Arla Radcliffe. 5X plate being chased down by that jersey heading towards. That is the 9-plate of Abby Pike doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. In and out of the final turn. Looks like Mohan has made a move to go from 2 to 1. Drew's going to have to settle for that 2 spots. Annalise Cadman is on track leading for Halo Wheels race team. Chased down by Peckham BMX's Anya Mata Alonso on the 4-plate, who's picking up the 3 spot as they come on round. Looks like Allen's Factory Supercross That is the 3-plate of Alexis McCartney. Ice Bikes in there as well. Jetska Hemstock on the 8-plate. That's 4 down the final straight. Cabman Carpenter, a race winner. Mabo UK on track, repping their Saturday kit. Lily Chiswa, Izzy Hurry into that second corner. Amy Willits, Jodie Musgrove, Chloe Tompkins, Jamie Elwood and Hannah out on track as well. Hedges in there in that 3 spot, chasing Hurry into the 5. Looks like she's not quite going to get close enough for a move in the corner. She's chasing it down the final straight. Who's in there in 4? Looking like that is going to be Amy Willits out of Retro Racing. 30 plus out on track. Beckett, Tarling, Stupple, Chiswa, Sitch and Clements. Your race leader, national race team, Michelle Stupple, went airborne into turn number 2. Got a huge lead as she brings it into that final turn, the 5-1-1. In there behind her, that is Rowan Beckett. In and out of that final turn. Who's going 3 and 4? That looks like Nicholas Sitch and Coach Chizzy picking up that top 4 spot. Heading down to the line. Who's going to get the 4 tight as Frank Clements makes a dive? She's going to have to settle for that 5 spots. Race 149, Wong, Sharp, Hemstock, Islet, Turner and Pendleton. DC Cycles leading this one through. Anita Wong on the 12 plate being chased down by Ice Bikes, Manda Hemstock. Good to see her back on track. Spent a large portion of last year sidelines, giving out her magic massages. She's going to take the 2 spot across the line with Lee Pendleton in 3. We are looking at the world number 2, so it is the 2 and the W2, 1 and 2 at the moment, who all out on track as well. But your race winners are going to be Gol, followed by
under number 151, Stanley Lockwood, Dennis Turner and Jack Byrne. In and out of the turn we go, the 4-2's out of Burnham. It's all getting busy in turn number 2. Moment, Jensen's in 2. As they go in and out of that final turn. Dennis Turner doing it for Team Bunnies. He's back there in 5. Who's going to get it on the line? It's going to be Luke Barron taking the winning Moto 152 is your Moto. Oliver Bridle out in front, doing it for Exeter, that 0-1, the British champion Eddie Brown. Gosport NRT, where is he? He's in there in 3, but he's chasing down the young man. Very familiar in the 2, Shelby Yates. Out in front, Ride with Shelby on YouTube, check him out. He's in there in that 2nd spot. Eddie Brown in there in 3, Isaac Tomlinson having a battle for that top 4 position. Can he hold on to it? Yes, he does. Not without some pressure, though, from Benji Ross Foster. 153, Catkins, Blundell, Krasosiak, Gregory and Pow. The 3-0-1 of Leon Krasosiak. Bruntwood's national race team. There's a big crew of them, and they all look good in those jerseys, doing a grand job down there at Brunty. Next generation of BMX racers. Jax Bradley in the mix as well. We've got Henry Dodds. Sorry, Jax Bradley was in the previous Moto. I'm looking at the wrong sheet. Henry Dodds, Midlands in that new Midlands Club jersey. Looking at where we up to 154. William Beckett, Louis Austin, Lewin Jamira, Sandis Ounds, I think that is. Charlie Thorne and Ionis Chalkos. Lewin Jamira. Go and see Mum and Dad over at Food Delectable in the cafe. I'm telling you, that Caribbean beef curry will absolutely change your life. It is the best thing ever. And all at very reasonable prices as well. So, Lewin Jamira taking the win. Let's go through these guys. 2, 3, 4. Who've we got? William Beckett. Followed in by Louis Austin, Sandys, Charlie and Ionis.
And 3. Race 165 on track. That looks like it could be TNT's Oliver Hawker on the 25 plate inside the top three at the moment. Got a bit of work to do to track down your British champ out front. Ethan Shaw doing it for Pro Start BMX. The 9 plate in there behind him, that's Tobias Groves doing it for SVT Mongoose. In and out of that final corner. Pro Start, Mongoose, 1 and 2. TNT in there in 3. Look at the 2 MCR guys battling it out for a top 4 spot. Russell and Johnson, who got the 4? It was Russell taking the 4 and Johnson having to settle for 5. George Spencer on track in this one. On the 10 plate. He's in there in that 2 spot, doing it for Decoy, chasing down your race leader out of a Green Machine Tribe. That is Arthur Donaldson. He's looking like he's going to pick up this Moto win. With the 22 plate in there in 3, that was Aston John Lee. Moving on to race 167, George Kellum, Ollie Bird, Chester Grocock, Alistair Kane, Roman James Wright, Oscar Ryder Bays, Gabriel Serra and Seth Kacharik. Kacharik in there in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader, Sinead's Reed Academy. That is Ollie Bird leading this one out. LVG in there as well. That is Chester Grocock on the 23 plate in and out of turn number 2. Bird under a bit of pressure from Kacharik, who's looking to go round the outside and do it the hard way for Radco Racing. Last turn action, Bird, Kacharik, who's going to get the advantage down the last straight. Bird's hanging on to it, putting in a solid lap. He's going to hang on to this Moto win. Kacharik will have to take 2. 10-year-old girls hit the track, race 168, looking like the fastest gate came from Maya Kolazaj on the 906, all the way from lane number 8. She is your race leader. MCR in there in that 2 spot. That is Puyet Lam out of Manchester, being chased down by the 8 plate of Cora Cross, doing it for Gosport National Race Team. Heading into turn number 2 they go. That looks like it could be the Centurions. Rosie Geddes on the 7 plate, rounding out the top 4 spots at the moment. Who's in 5? That is Abby Graham on the 852 with the 679 of Erin Cheek in 7. In and out of that final turn, then down the last straight, it is going to be Kolazaj picking up that Moto win.
Right, hang on. God, it's hard work getting out of that chair now. Right, let's have a look. Where we're up to. This is Miss Holly Bishop out in front, being chased by Eliza Powell and Holly Webb out of Team They are 1, 2 and 3. That looks like Molly Tomlinson in there in 4, doing it for allensbmx.com. Got Robin Wyatt, Florence Kay and Ruby Evans in the mix as well. Moto number 170, Roxy Rowlands, Arabella Denton, Beth Worley, River Henderson, Charlie Hargreaves and Emma Dean. Emma out of Hot Shots. She's in there in 3 at the moment. As we go in and out of turn number 2. Oh, somebody got it completely wrong. That was River Henderson. Doing it for Sinead's Reed Academy, the 630. Chasing her down is Arabella Denton out of Brixton. Where is Roxy Rowland? She's in there in 4, being chased down by Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Charlie Hargreaves. So, Benny Jackson, sorry, we were just getting a traffic update from Tyrese Bradshaw. Apparently it's ram jam full on the M6. Some people are going to be late for racing, I think. Ronnie Woods just chasing Benny to the line. Did he get him? I don't think he did. Well done, Ronnie. 2's not bad at all for the Land Shark. Right, sorry, Ryder, we're just discussing motorways here, me and Lewis. As Connor Hemphill rides down the 3rd straight, being chased down by, that looks like Mr. Teddy Jones chasing him. Ollie Warner in there in 3, as Connor takes the win. Peckham's rider going through will be Jacob Anderson. I lied, it was Benjamin Gray, sorry. Jacob Anderson's in this one, leading it out. Absolute bicycle motocross. Oscar Hall, Bradley Grimm, Kylan Gordon in there as well in about 5th spot at the moment. Mabo looking really good in that kit. That's going to be Joseph McAvoy in and out the final turn in 3. But it will be Anderson, Freddie Ray Orland going 1 and 2. Mabo got the 3. Exeter, I think, got the 4. That would be Isaac Moore. Race 174, Alfie Powell, Edward Cordery. Josh Coates, Ollie Thorne, Bo Morris, Zachary Barrington Bell, Seth Ritchie and Leo Bradley. Edwards in there in 1. That's going to be Joshua Coates, I think, going through in 2. Under pressure from Bo Morris in 3. As they go in and out of that turn. Who's got that 4th spot? Just trying to pick that rider out. On the 21, I think that was Leo Bradley. Was it? Yes, it was. With Ollie Thorne rounding out the top 5 as Finn Munro comes past me in moto number 175. Jaden O'Connell rocking his Irish jersey. He's in there in 3. Finn Munro out in front though, the 18. Going through in 2 is Arthur Claydon. Sam Smith, mid-lanks, he's actually banging out some great laps today. I've watched that young man improve over the last year. He's doing a really good job. Well done, Sam. As we move on to moto number 176, Steinmetz, Parr, Dowling, Walsh, State, Dayton, Newmarsh, Pow, and Burge. So Dayton and Newmarsh Pow, Preston, Newmarsh, Pow, 1 and 2 into the corner. Arlo Steinmetz in there in 3. That's going to be Otto Parr. In there in 4 with Frederick State in 5. Not sure who picked up the 6. It was Freddie Walsh. Race 177. Betty Wills, Ophelia Shepherd, Holly Richardson, Amelia Rowe, Grace Hudak, Aria Rosalie, and Izzy Dolan. Izzy in there in about 6 at the moment. It looks like Betty is the rider out in front. Being chased down by Grace. That'll be Bradford's Amelia Rowe in there in 3 with Aria Rosalie rounding out the top 4. Moving on, race 178, Amber Tucker, Rachel Pritchard, Mia Kiss, India Bennett, Ellie Beat, Freya Monforte and Jamie Puddock. Jamie doing it for the Spin to Win bicycle motocross team, another new team hitting the scene. Always good to have another one in there. Amber's doing it for Warn BMX, but it is Ellie Beats taking the moto win. Oops, rider down, coming out of the corner. Not sure who that was. Was that Trixie or Bonnie? It was the 3, and that was Trixie Trays. So that's going to mix up the points. Maisie Egan out in front on the Dairy Milk, Cadbury's Dairy Milk GT. Not sponsored, just because of the colours. Have a look at the bike when he goes past. It looks like a bar of Cadbury's Dairy Milk. That's just my crap 80s humour, that's all that is. Anyway, moving on. Moto 180, 12-year-olds. Let's have a look. Marcus Mullen in there in 3 at the minute. I believe Marcus has done a little bit of 4-cross as well in the last year. He's got Itai Jamira to deal with, which is no easy task. Works his way past, though, into the final corner. In there in 2. Itai dives back underneath again. Looks like Finn might just... Did he steal it away from the line? Ronnie Payne just had it nicked off him at the stripe. Oliver Taylor in 4. Harrison Doe in 5. Archie Crocker White, Absolute Bicycle Motocross in there in 1. Leighton Harding in 2. Preston's Lewis Hughes rounding out the top 4. He was chasing down Emil Challenger. Moto number 182, Louis Cheffy, Owen Smart, Joe Ruck, Albert Aliadzans, Poppy Bishop, Bram Heaver, Billy Cheeseman, and Deacon Childs. Louis Cheffy in there in about 4th spot, doing it for Team Minds. Holly Bishop on the Halo wheels. aboard that Send It frame. As they go in and out of the corner, she's going to have her work cut out chasing down Joe Ruck from Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Rider in 3, I've got a feeling that is Albert Salihad's hands. Oh, T-Lady's back. Right, Archie Bell and Jack Devine, I think that is. Let's have a look. Yeah, Archie Bell, Jack Devine. 1 and 2, Adrian Galitis in 3. This is moto number 183. And Max Livingston rounding out the top 4 as we move on to moto 184. Dawson Scott, Kieran Brownson, Ethan Ludlow, Akim Brazier, Zach Hamill, Lucas Belton and Jasper Kimber. Zach Hamill is the man out in front of the minute in that retro racing jersey. And he's been tracked by the 18 and the 22. That's going to be Akim Brazier out of Cycler Park and the 22 of Lucas Belton from Exeter. Rider rounding out the top 4. That might be the 908 of Ethan Ludlow, I think. Yes, it was. Right, moving on. That'll be Leo Rowlands, Be Strong Race Team. In there in 1, followed by his teammate Leon Waite. In there in 2, we've got Moses Dennis Essel in this one, the 24. That belongs to Noah Bagwell. MK Evolution in his East Anglia jersey. That's not confusing enough. But it's Be Strong going 1 and 2. Not sure who picked up the 4. It was Harry Swales. 186. Barnard, Cheek, Cotton, Smith, Riches, Bibby and Aston. Bibby in 1, Smith in 2. Jacob Aston in 5. All mid-langsed up. Looking good. Not sure who the rider was in 3. I will find out as they cross the line. It was Sam Riches.
12-year-old girls on track, race 187 hits turn number 2. That is Hard Knocks Bike Coaching out front. Brooke Fast Fawcett, your European number 2, leading this one out. Who's in there with her? Looking like Samaya Hughes on the 635. In and out of that final turn. It's all about Fawcett taking it to him down the final straight. Here comes the 7 plate of Elsie Blight. She's going to shove that front wheel through to pick up a 2 spot on the line. Race 188 on track. That is Hard Knocks out front once again. Grace Gerard bringing this one out on the 4 plate. She's been chased down by the 10 of Maura McCarran. Radco Racing. It's her mum, Emma. Happy birthday to Emma. She's up in the stands watching on as Maura's going to pick up that 2 spot as she brings it down to the line. Happy birthday to Emma. As the 11 plate leads out race 189. That is Freya Harris doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Looking like Team Mind in there in that 2 spot. Gotta be Millie Ross on the 8 plate. So the 11 and the 8 out front at the moment. Who's picking up the 3? Gotta be the 15 of Lucy Stevenson out of Barnsbury under pressure from the 22 of Lily May Gould out of Rustin at Racing. That's your front 4 heading down the final straight, but it's Fluent Bicycle Motocross out front picking up that moto win with Freya Harris. Race 190, McSwitty, Hyder, Keller, Andrews, Paul and Graham all out on track. It is Hyder, Paul, Keller, 1, 2, 3, heading towards the final turn. The European number 3 doing it for Pure Bicycles is leading this one out under a load of pressure though from the sorted race gear rider of Elizabeth Lola Poole, but it's going to be Hyder, Paul, Keller, 1, 2, 3. Who's going to pick up the 4 spot on the line? Looking like that could have been 0-1 Racing. That was Winnie Andrews. 9-year-old boys now out on track. Your British champ, Henry Sullivan. Big Hens, as you like to call him in the southwest. He's leading this one out under a bit of pressure though from the Green Machine Tribe rider. That is Callum Wood on the 329. So it is Hens Wood out front at the moment. Here comes a 757 in there as well. Oscar Marco, DC Cycles heading into the final turn. Repping that lovely new DC jersey that they've got this year, courtesy of Squash and Pop, but it's all about your British champ out front. Sullivan taking that moto win. More 9-year-old action heading into turn number 1. Who's on the inside? Dominic Zapanos is going to lead this one out for Hotshot Racing. He's got the 4-6-1 in there behind him. Christian Garbachik looking for a way around. Preston Pirates in there as well. Looking like that is Lewis Rothwell on the 6-6-7. But look at the moves out front. Zapanos, Garbachik heading down the 3rd straight. Who's going to get it into the final turn? They're riding replica bikes. Into the corner they go. Zapanos hanging on. Hotshot Racing. Here comes Peterborough Phantoms with Garbachik. That one's going to be tight right over the line. Who's going to get it? Garbachik nicks it on the stripe with Zapanos in 2. 7-6-1 on the plate, leading this one out. Who is out front then? That has got to be Ethan the Great White, doing it for Moto 1 race team. He's under a bit of pressure there from Jake Avis out of Fluent. So it is Moto 1 and Fluent out front at the moment. Fluent in there in 3 as well. That's looking like Alexander Gilbert under a bit of pressure from Rusty Nut Racing's Elliot Hatch. That's going to be your top 4, bringing it down to the line with the Sinead Reed Academy in there in 5. That was Oscar Sanders out of Peckham. LCC race team out on track then, leading this one out. That's got to be Oakley Hill on the 7-5-6 plate. Look at that for a lead. He's got bucket loads of room and he's doing what he pleases with it, heading into the final corner. The 2-4-6 in there behind him. Heading down that final straight, it's all about LCC Hill. He's going to take that Moto win, and I think the rider in 2 was Leo Brits. Antek Perebny's on track, ladies and gents. Aboard his EV1, riding in that Birmingham NRT jersey. He is a European Cup winner from last weekend in Verona, and he's taking it to him into that 2nd corner at the moment. Look at the scrap going on that involves Joel Pritchard. He's back there in 4 now as he's been shuffled back. He's under pressure from Seb Perry. This one is stacked with big names. The 481 of Arthur Mason hanging on to that 3 spot. He's now chasing down the rider in 2, looking like that could be the 760 of Alfie Thorne out of Urbanair BMX, but Antek Perebny, no one could get close enough to him. 9-year-old girls on track, race 196. Grace Ledgerwood Bar, Madison Stupple, Phoebe Millar, Layla Dixon and Megan Keller all heading into that 2nd turn. It is Moto 1 leading this one out. Your British champion Phoebe Millar doing it for Braintree BMX Club. That is the 174 in there behind her. Gotta be Megan Keller out of GT Factory. Those guys over on the last straight at the moment, cheering on Megan as she heads down to the line. Who's going to get the 3? Looking like fast signatures, going to round up them top 3 spots. That's Madison Stupple with Grace Ledgerwood Bar in there for 4, and the 5 was Layla Dixon. More 9-year-old girls out on track, race 197. That is Absolute Bicycle Motocross going 1 and 2 with Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Looking like the 889 out front. That is Ella Grant being chased down by Lauren Snell, the birthday girl, in and out of that final corner. Grant, Snell, 1 and 2. That's how they're going to bring it down to the line. Who's going to get the 3 spot? Looking like that could be Bradford's Maisie Dyson. And the 4 going to go to the rider out of the northeast. That's Alice Barron. Cruiser time out on track, your national champ neck and neck with Benters. It is Big Mick, he's on the outside heading into the final turn. Crucial, and Allen's Factory Supercross is going to be Benters on the 4X. He's going to take that Moto win with Big Mick Goff in there for 2. 2 on the plate, got to be Chris Madron repping the Pure Bicycle Company jersey, heading into that 2nd corner. He leads out this Moto from the 4 plate of Brent Featherstone, doing it for Evolve Collective in that 2 spot, the 5 in there as well. That is Billy Stupple doing it for Gosport NRT inside the top 3, looking for a high-low in the final corner. Featherstone going at it with Stupple. Who's going to get the 2 spot on the line? It's going to be Featherstone hanging on. Quarterfinals have been drawn and are up on scores, ladies and gents. Quarterfinals are up on scores. We are going straight into quarterfinals after motos. Please keep an eye out on scores. The quarterfinals are up and posted. You will need to be in the pens ready and waiting when the last moto hits the track. Thank you. And moving on, we are looking at the 3-plate leading this one out. Got to be Brett Archibald out of the Titans leading this one out, but he's under a bit of pressure from Kevin Bacon, a.k.a. Daz O'Brien. He's looking for a way round. Smooth as you like through the 3rd straight. That's got to be Brett Knight. Good to see Brett on track, doing it for Crucial Racing in and out of that final turn, but he's under a bit of pressure heading down the final straight. That's Dominic Elliott, not quite going to get close enough. He'll have to settle for 4. 50-54 Cruiser on track. Who's leading this one out? Looking like it is Martin Oggy Ogden on the 22 plate. Yes, it is. Repping that Divide jersey heading into turn number 2. Sorted race gear. In there behind him, that is Pete Butler on the 5 plate. So the 22 and the 5 are out front. Gaz Carver in there in 3. That's got to be Mark Cottrell in there in 4. Doing it for Rab Racing, the rider out of the northeast, looking for a way round in that final turn. That was Stephen Notman. Didn't quite make his stick, so it is Cotty hanging on to that top 4 finish for Rab Racing. This guy is super quick. Check him out. Fraser Watson doing it for BMX Widow Photography heading into turn at number 2. Who's in there with him? And can they get close enough? Looking like Norbert Marco chasing him through the 3rd straight. So it is your British champ and your national number 2, 1 and 2 at the moment. Them 2 guys have run away with this one down the final straight. That's how they're going to wrap this one up as race 204 hits turn at number 1. Rich Stevenson, 2X on the plate. He leads this one out. Who's in there with him? Got to be the 6 plate, battling it out with the 15. That is looking like David Stokes hanging on to it from Scott Main as he enter turn at number 2. In and out they go. Oh! Rich Stevenson got it all wrong on the 3rd straight and hit the deck. The slight shake of the head. The race winner then was Dave Stokes. Just going to check that Rich is all right. Don't forget, quarterfinals are going as soon as motos have finished, ladies and gents. Get yourselves in the pen, please. Put your hands together for Richard Stevenson. Back up to his feet. So quarter-finalists, you will need to be making your way to the pens. Pretty please. Race 205, 40, 44-year-old cruisers are a go, heading towards turn number 1. That looks like Mongoose Factory in there in the 2 spot, chasing down DC Cycles, Chris Evans. Out of Preston Pirates on the 16X, so Evans leads this one out. Who's in there with him? Andy Groves doing it for SVT Mongoose. That's your front 2 riders, are looking like Team Buddies in there in 3. Andy Lockwood out of Nottingham Outlaws with the 981 of Matt Smart, doing it for the Brunty crew in there in 4, but it's all about Chris Evans out front taking that moto win. Second rack of 40, 44-year-old cruisers, the 7 plate leads this one out. That is Dylan Dixon doing it for Peterborough Phantoms, heading into turn number 2. Looking like Matt Eaton is right there behind him, doing it for BRE Racing, heading on through that 3rd straight. Who's picking up 3, 4 and 5? That looks like the Brunty crew are going through in 3 and 5 at the moment. That is Mike Whitaker being chased down by the rider in 4. That's got to be Matthew Walsh, I think it is, out of Tiverton on the 11 plate. Yes, it is. And the 5 spot coming on round, that's going to be Lee Grant out of the Brunty crew as well. The original Tom Palmer, and no, they aren't flats, so I'm told. He's charging into turn number 3 out front for Crucial Racing, being chased down by your British champ. That is Dan Popel, so it is going to be Palmer, Popel, Abbott, Smiley. 1, 2, 3, 4. Race number 208 hits the track. Scott, State, Richardson, Webb and Mears. No Kingsley Mears in this one. Took a crash in his last moto. Presume he's chosen to sit this one out. It is a 5 plate though, leading this one out. Jamie Webb, Team Erin Andover, heading into that final turn. 2 spot, looking like that could be Dale Scott out of Doncaster BMX Club. Moving on to the 13 and 14-year-old cruisers, then your national champion Little Cotty, former world finalist aboard his cruiser. He's going through in that 1 spot at the moment, heading through that 3rd straight. Rab Racing looking good this weekend so far. The 18 playing in there behind him. That's Owen Miller out of Burnham BMX Club. Is getting busy for the 3 spot. Looking like that could be Alfie Sim, just shuffled back slightly. He's going to have to settle for the 4 spot. And the rider in 3 was Jake McKenna on the 299. Hotshot Racing on track, 812 on the plate. Ben Millington leading this one out. Who's in there behind him? Crank BMX Coaching, looking like William Knowles out of the Brunty crew on the 251. Under a bit of pressure, though, as the 077 moves on through. Bruce Anthony, a superhero from the 80s, according to Reach. He's looking to pick up a top 2 finish. Here comes Anthony down to the line. Not quite going to get close enough. Oh, he's getting busy. There's a couple of elbows flying in turn number 1 in race number 211, sorry. On track, that is looking like Team Air out front on the 4 plate. Newton Hindley being chased down by the 7 of Logan Young in and out of that final turn. Robin Matten Alonso inside the top 3. Who's going to pick up the top 4 spot on the 11 plate? That is Hadley Harding. 13-14 cruisers on track, then Todd Smith-Notman leads this one out on the 022 plate. Who's in there behind him? Looks like the 19 of Freddie Warwood doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. So it is Allen's Factory and Hard Knocks at the moment. Who's in there in 3? Looking like we've got the 677 heading on through. Benjamin Dean out of Royston Rockets. He's under a bit of pressure though as they go in and out of the final turn from Ben's T-Ball Kiss. Hunter Mallion going to round out the top 5 spots as Notman picks up that moto win. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers on track. Team Mine leading this one out on the 396. Louis Sheffy being chased down by Billy Cheeseman as he headed to turn number 2. The Gosport NRT rider looked at the inside in that corner of Sheffy, but he didn't dive under, so he's having to settle for that 2 spot at the moment. Who's in there in 3? Looking like the other Team Mine rider bringing it on round. That's going to be Ocean King heading down the final straight under pressure though. Here comes Cheeseman looking for a moto win. Did he get close enough? I don't think he did. Sheffy picks up that moto. Gosport NRT got another rider on track. Mad Max on the back of his jersey. Got to be Max Livingston. He's being chased down by the rider coming from the 671 plate. That is Rustin Racing's Leon Bradley. Team Air going through in 3 and 4. Bo Morris and Bram Heaver in and out of that final corner. Here comes Heaver looking for a late charge on the Rustin rider from Bradley. Bradley's going to hang on to that 2 spot. Heaver for 3. Race 215 on track. Harry Swales leads this one out on the 18 plate, but he's under a bit of pressure from Charlie Cotton. Into that second corner, where's Rocco Westwood? Mr. Sigma Riz, he's making moves and worked his way up to that 4th spot at the moment. Mr. Angry watching on calmly from the stands in and out of that final turn. It's all about Swales hanging on to it. Here comes Merseyside BMX Club's Charlie Cotton, tied to the line. Who got the moto win? Cotton nicked it from Swales on the stripe. 15, 16-year-old cruisers. 7 on the plate. Sean Brown leading this one out. Ice Bikes. Will Chaplin in there in 2. That looks like it could be Joe Little rounding out the top 3 spots. Second rack of 15, 16 cruisers for the 3rd set of motos on track. Looking like Vincent Coburn repping that Canada jersey. He leads this one out, but he's got Jack Walford swarming all over his back wheel for Evolve Collective. Heading towards that final turn. Walford looking for a way round. Didn't quite find it. Oh, it got busy in the turn. One rider looked underneath Tia, but Tia stood firm. He's going to take that 3 spot. It was the 5 play that came up a little bit short. Not quite sure who that... Oh, that was Cooper McCrum. Definitely can't tell the difference. He's grown about 6 feet over the winter. Had no idea that was Cooper. That looks like Mr. McSwitty, though, out on track. Under a bit of pressure down the final straight. Stan Palmer looking like he's going to make that one stick and go from 2 to 1. McSwitty in there for 2 29-year-old cruisers on track. 9 on the plate leading this one through. That is Josh Cates out of Braintree. Under a bit of pressure though from Dan Wilson, who's looking for a way round. It is Braintree and Preston going 1 and 2, but here comes Wilson. Rab racing round the outside. He's going to make that one stick. Who's in there in that 3 spot down the final straight? Looking like that could be the 14 of Luke Davies-Hayes. He's going to round out them top 3 positions. DC Cycles getting busy in turn number 1. Rocky O'Brien slides out, and it is Caden Roberts leading this one out. Moto 1's Thomas Millar in there behind him, who's picking up 3 and 5 for the DC crew. Looking like that could be the 174. Bringing it into that final turn, in and out they're going down the final straight. That was Colby Hall inside the top 3. Late charge from Millar on the line. Roberts hung on to it, I think. Put your hands together for Rocky O'Brien, ladies and gents. Race 221 hits the track. More 29-year-old cruiser action. Looking like we have got the Royal Air Force leading it out. Pete Watson on the 12 plate. Who's in there behind him? Repping that Japanese jersey. Looking like that, I think that could be Jack Labras in the mix. Yes, it is Labras on the 13X plate, looking for a way around Watson out of the final turn. Not quite going to find it as of yet. Mowat in there in 3. Late charge to the line from Labras. Didn't quite get close enough. Rab Racing, Stay Strong, C&K 1 and 2. Pro Start in there in 3 with Hedges. Looking like Luca Manzi's worked his way up to 4. 0-1 Racing in there in 5. So this one is stacked with big teams, but it's all about your national champ from last year. Brooks leading this one out at the moment. Isselmont isn't done yet though. From Stay Strong, C&K gonna triple to the line, not get that 1 spot, but he will be over the moon with that one. We are looking at the 17 to 29-year-old cruiser ladies. The 1 on the plate, Annalise Cadman-Carpenter being chased down by Pekka BMX Clubs, Anya Matten and Alonso. So it is them 2 ladies at the front at the moment. The 5X on the plate, inside the top 3, doing it for Rustin at Retro Racing, sorry. I've named 2 teams, they're both wrong. It's Hot Shot in there in 3. It's still early in the season, we're just warming up. Hot Shot's going to pick up that 3 spot with Amy Willits out of Retro Racing in 4. Pro Start BMX on track. That is Hannah Drew leading this one out. Taylor Lee Mohan had the move. Almost stuck on her in turn number 2. That was from the 8 plate of Yetska Hemstock. Didn't quite make it happen. Mohan though coming back at Drew into that final turn. This is where she made the pass in the last moto, but not quite going to make it happen this time. Hemstock pushing to the line for a top 2 spot. Not quite going to get close enough, but Drew is your moto winner. Saturday Kit, Mabo UK 1 and 2 on track. Lily Chisua leading this one out. Izzy Hurry in there behind her. Alexis McCartney in there in 3. Abby Pikes in 4. Hannah Hedges in 5. Erin Jackson in 6. In and out of that final turn and down the last straight. It is going to be Chisua taking that moto win once again today. 30-plus women's cruiser now on track. Hot Shot Racing, your world number 2. SJN, Sarah J. Nichols out front looking good. The 12 plate in there with her. That is Anita Wong doing it for DC Cycles. In and out of that second corner. Looking like Smiley's Flight Club on the bubble at the moment. Inside the top 3, that's the 5-1-1 plate. Heading on round. Got to be Rowan Beckett out of Birmingham BMX Club, so that's your front 3 with Coach Chizzy rounding out the top 4 spots. Doing it for Team Bunnies heading down to the line. Next up on track, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Rebecca Gold, 2 on the plate. She's leading this one out. Who's in there with her? Nicola Sitch heading into that second corner, doing it for Fast Signatures Race Team. Who's in 3 as they come in and out of turn number 2. That's the 14 plate of Emily Ireland, doing it for Urban Air BMX. Rebecca Gold, though, down the final straight. Going to pick up that moto win for Absolute. Third rack of the 30-plus women's cruiser, Michelle Stupple leads this one in and out of that first corner. Your national champ from last year, riding out of Gosport, NRT. Magic Manda's in there in that 2 spot, doing it for Ice Bikes, but she's got Lee Pendleton squirming all over her back wheel as they enter turn at number 2. Stupple, though, out front, running away with this one, looking good to pick up a 3rd moto win of the day. Pendleton looking for a way round in that final corner. She wants a top 2 finish. Clements is in there in that 4 spot, chasing down Pendleton. Not going to get close enough, though. It is going to be Hemstock for the 2, Pendleton in 3.
Oh, it's getting busy through the first straight in the 6 and unders. These guys are definitely bringing the thunder. Who's the rider leading it into turn number 1? That's got to be the 277 of Jensen Dyke. He's got the 403 in there with him. That is Jack Byrne out of Decoy. The Northeaster going well inside the top. Oh! Luke Barron hit the deck, straight back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Luke. The 142 in there in 3. Oh, another rider takes a tumble. I think that could have been Stanley Lockwood. Let's hope that he's all right. As the 277 of Jensen Dyke picks up that moto win. Absolute carnage in the 6 and unders. Put your hands together for Stan Lockwood and for Luke Barron as they both finish their laps.
Right, Moto 230 on track. Bridal Pow, Gregory Krasosiak, Ounds, and Benji Ross Foster. As we move in and out of turn number 1, Oliver Bridle, the man in control, looking good at the minute. Luke Krasosiak in there in 2. Here comes Benji Ross Foster on the inside. Oh, he got very, very tight. Both those boys just about staying upright. Oh, heart stopper of a moment. And that allows Sandys Ounds, I think, to come through into that 3rd spot. But Benji's not done yet. He's going to thread the needle in the final turn. Works his way into 3, looks for the 2. Meanwhile, Oliver Bridle has checked out and gone. Is Benji Ross Foster going to pick up that spot? Yes, he is. Right, moving on. Shelby Yates leading out Moto 231 with Thorne, Bradley, Jamira, Cactus, Dubois and Henry Dodd out of Midlands in that new Midlands Club jersey. He's in there in 5 at the moment. Shelby Yates, ride with Shelby on YouTube. In and out that final corner, Lou and Jamira doing it for Rab Racing and Food Delectable in there in 2. Derby are going to go through in 3. That's going to be Roberts Catkins. Late charge from Dodd picks up a top 4. More 7-year-olds, Eddie Brown, Louis Austin, Ionis Chalkos, William Beckett, Charlie State, Isaac Tomlinson and Joseph Blundell. Eddie Brown, the man out front. Isaac Tomlinson in there in 2. Louis Austin in there in 3. Getting a little bit out of control just before that final corner. Is he going to hold on to it? Pressure coming from Beckett, who's going to get that 3rd spot at the line. I think Beckett just nicked it. Moving on, the young ladies, Moto 233, Esme Anderson. Followed by the 564 of Evie Knight, who took a win in that last moto for these young ladies. Ada Warner in there in 2, 3 even. And the young lady from the Hawks, that is Erin Thoros, in there in that 4th spot. So we are missing one. I think it's Kenzie Cheek. Rider down on the 1st straight. Somebody dropped it. I think it was Noah Kerr. She's up and all right. Meanwhile, the 461 out in front. That's going to be Sophia Rees. Crank BMX. Being pursued by Hattie McGoldrick from GT Factory Racing. Sophia and Hattie battling into that final turn. Sophia's got herself about 3 bike lengths. I think it's going to be enough. Alice Laurie in there in 4. So Sophia takes the 1, Hattie takes the 2. Who's going to get that 3? Alice is making a late charge on Opal. Who's going to get this one at the line? Alice steals it at the stripe. Wow, what an end to Motos. Right, straight into quarters. People, straight into quarters. We're not hanging around. We've got a schedule that's in bits. We need to try and put it back together again. What's that?
Right, just before we hit our quarterfinals, just to let you all know that there is a Vicky Robinson up in the stands. She is collecting for Cancer for Children. She's running in a marathon on the 27th of April and would love for some support from her BMX family. We're also hoping for an auction tomorrow at some point, not 100% sure when that is coming. But Vicky is up in the stands collecting for Cancer for Children. She's running the marathon for them on the 27th of April. So please dig into your pockets. It's for a good cause. And very well done to Vicky for running the marathon. Looks like we are lining up on the gate for quarterfinals.
Right, quarterfinals all go for the 10-year-olds. 4 going through, 4 going out. That's what knockout racing's all about. Ethan Shaw into the turn. Here we go. Looking for the guy out of decoy. That's George Spencer in there in 2. Northeast BMX in 3. And the man in 4 is George Kellum from TNT. So Thomas Giles in 3. Kellum in 4. Kellum under pressure now from the rider, I think, out of Fluent. That's going to be Jack Kitchen. Kitchen making his move in the final turn. Steals the position away. He's going to take that qualifying spot. Kellum's going to go out in 5.
10-year-old quarterfinal number 2 hits the track. You are looking at Ollie Bird on the inside, doing it for Sinead's Reed Academy. Who's that there with him, doing it for Green Machine? Looking for a whole shot. Arthur Donaldson leads this one out. Donaldson going 1 and 2 with the 7 plate of Jack Belton, heading for that second corner. Bird's in there in 3. Who's in 4? Looking like we have got Oakley Lewisfield doing it for Team A. And Andover in and out of that second corner. But he's being chased down by the 31 plate of Jacob Russell, doing it for Manchester. In and out of that final turn, then it's all about Green Machine at the moment. Donaldson taking it to him. He's going to go 1 and 2 with Belton. Bird in there for 3, and the 4th spot going to go to Oakley Lewisfield.
Third quarterfinal for the 10-year-old boys. Absolutely stacked this one. Rex Ford is the man out in front and leading it into the turn with Jack Haynes right there with him, elbow to elbow. Coming out of turn number 1. Jewis is in there in 3, and that looks like LDG's Chester Grocock in there in 4, but they are queuing up like Greg's on a Friday lunchtime behind him, trying to work the way past, and it's the 25 of Oliver Hawker of TNT. He's on the outside looking in. He's got the 5. He wants the 4. Jacob Dent's in there in 6. It looks like it's going to be Ford, Haynes, Jewish, Grocock, your top 4.
Final quarterfinal for the 10-year-olds hits the track. Looking like your national champions on the inside, getting stuck in a little bit of early traffic. Dowson shuffled back to 2 then. So it is Seth Kacharik leading out this quarterfinal. Kacharik, Dowson
Rocco Westwood, Mr. Sigma Riz is inside the top three. Who's in four? Looking like we've got Tobias Groves doing it for SVT Mongoose. He's looking for a way into a top three spot, but the 18 plate is in there in five. Jake James looking to close down the gap. Dowson throws in a high-low in the final turn. Kucharik, Dowson, 1 and 2. Who's going to get 3 and 4? It's going to be Westwood taking it through with Groves.
Right, we are changing age groups, moving on to the 11-year-old quarterfinals. Cordery on the inside in a top 4 position. Jacob Anderson picking up the whole shot. Here comes Leo Bradley. He's involved in this one as well. He's in there in 4th at the minute. It's the Exeter rider Isaac Moore who's in there in 5 and needs to make a move to progress through to the next round. Radco Racing, Sebastian Hewitt in there in 2, under pressure from Cordery. So Anderson, Hewitt, Cordery, Rusty Nut Racing, Leo Bradley. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
11-year-old second quarter-final hits the track. The 4 plate on the inside. Finn Munro doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. He's going 1 and 2 with the 6 plate of Preston Newmarsh Power doing it for Birmingham NRT. That looks like the LCC riders in the mix as well. Freddie Ray Orland's inside the top 3. Arlo Steinmetz is in there in 4, looking like he's got a little bit of a gap on the rider in 5. That is going to be the 28 plate of Otto Parr doing it for Team Mind, heading in and out of the final turn. The moves are coming from Orland. He's looking to stick himself into a 2 spot. He's going to go tight across the line with Newmarsh Powell, Munro and Steinmetz in as well.
Quarterfinal number 3 for the 11-year-olds taking to the skies. We've got 2 LCC guys in there, Ronnie Wood and Teddy Jones, both in qualifying positions. Benny Jackson is the man leading it out to the minute. Oh, the Maple rider threading the needle. That is Joseph McAvoy looking for a way in. He's gone from 6 to 4. So McAvoy in a qualifying position. It's going to be Benny Jackson. Just got lost. Teddy Jones, sorry. Ronnie Wood, 1, 2, 3, but McAvoy has had an absolute screamer of a lap to take that 4.
Quarterfinal number 8 hits the track. Hugo Dayton's in the middle of the pack, but it is your British champ going to be Connor Hemhill doing it for GT Factory, leading it out of the first corner. The 17 plate running into a bucket load of traffic. That was Carlin Gordon doing it for Karupi BMX race team. He's now in that 3 spot, chasing down the GY95 rider. Gotta be Hugo Dayton. He's been putting in the work over winter, and it is definitely paying off at the moment. Gotta be that Hemhill, Dayton, 1 and 2. Gordon's in there in 3. Who's going to take the final qualified spot? Looking like the 18 plate of Arthur Claydon's going to wrap it up across the line.
Right, moving on in age group, we are on to the 12-year-olds. Bibby and Harding into the turn, but it's the 12 of Archie Crocker-White who's picking up the whole shot. Riches is in there in 3. That looks like Lewis Hughes out of Preston. You should see the grimace on his face as he came past me. Absolute determination, and he's going to need it because Leighton Harding is on his back wheel and he's in 5th and he wants the 4. Is the GT rider going to make it in? He's going to have to make it count down this final straight. Crocker-White, Bibby, Riches, Hughes is going to walk in that 4th spot. Leighton Harding out in 5.
Second 12-year-old quarterfinal hits the track. Looking like we have got Mullen on the outside of Rook in that first corner. So it is Stay Strong C&K leading this one out. Joe Rook going 1 and 2 with Mullen heading into that second corner. One rider's exited right. I'm not sure who that was. It was the 11 plate of Adrian Galitis. Nearly heels over at commentary. So it is Rook, Mullen, Smith, 1, 2, 3. Who's going to be the final qualifying spot at the moment? Looking like it could be the 24 plate of Noah Bagwell. Yes, it is. Bagwell's going to pick up that final qualifying spot and bring it down to the line.
Quarterfinal number 3 for the 12-year-old boys. Zach Hamill and Archie Bell in this one. Hamill's in the middle, Bell's on the inside, picking up the whole shot. Jack Devine's worked his way in for Sorted Race Gear as well. There is a 3-way scrap for the 4th spot, and Leon Waite is right in the middle of it at the minute. Emil Challenger's in there as well. Hamill's in 3, and he's not safe yet, not by any stretch. Waite holding on to the 4. Challenger in there in 5. Challenger goes for the move, can't make it stick, loses momentum. That's going to allow Leon Waite to go in the 4.
Final quarterfinal for the 12-year-olds is on track. This one's got quite a few big names in it, looking like Bishop's on the inside on the W6 plate, but it's all about Be Strong out front. Leo Rowlands leads this out. It's hard. Jamira just jumped the triple on the second straight and he's worked his way into a top 4 spot. He's squirming all over the back wheel of Poppy Bishop as he head through the third straight. Jamira around the outside, then shuffles Bishop back to 4. The 2 spot is looking like it's got to be Ronnie Payne. So Rowlands, Payne, Jamira's on a charge, going to go from 3 to 2. Payne across the line in 3, and that was Bishop in 4.
Changing age groups yet again. These are the 9-year-olds. Henry Sullivan leads it into the turn. Charlie Blakeburn in there as well. There's a 3-way battle as they go into turn number 1. Here comes Bruntwood National Race Team. That's going to be Seth Robinson working his way into 2. Oscar Marco in there in 3 in that new DC Cycles jersey. Blakeburn still looking good in 4. Bristol rider Felix Sakina trying to get in there as well. Henry Sullivan checked out and gone. See you later, alligator. Everybody else is chasing him to the line. Marco's in, Blakeburn's in, Robinson's going to go out in 5.
Quarterfinal number 14 and Ethan the Great White has been shot out of a cannon. He's going to pick up the whole shot in turn number 1. Who's that in there with him? Looking like the 329 of Callum Wood doing it for Green Machine. The 481 in there in 3. That's Arthur Mason doing it for Team Air. And looking up, we've got a rusty nut rider. Elliot Hatch is on the bubble in 4 at the moment. In and out of turn number 2. Who's that in there in 5? The 055. Leo Britt's got a bit of work to do. He's catching Hatch into that final corner. Has he got to move for him? He's looking for a high-low. Can he make it stick? It's going to be White taking it to the line. Wood looking like he's going to take it through as well. That one was busy across the line. Brits nicks the final qualifying spot.
The penultimate quarter-final, the 9-year-olds, 3 of 4. Antek Perebny, winner in Verona, out in front in the quarter-finals here in the National Series. 760 of Alfie Thorne taking to the skies, looking good. We've got Christian Garbachik in there as well for Peterborough. He's there in the 3. That looks like Fluence Jake Avis in there in 2. Perebny, Avis. Oh, Garbachik nearly overcooked it. Alfie Thorne, that's going to be your 1, 2, 3 and 4, I think, because the rider out of Brixton, Vernell Challenger, has got too much to do.
Final quarter-final for Block 1 of round number 1 of the 2025 Lloyds BMX National Series. Hits turn number 1. LCC are flying. Oakley Hill leads this one out. That's Dominic Zapanos in there in 2. The 261 in 3. That's Alexander Gilbert doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Joel Pritchard is in there in 4 doing it for the Hawks, but he's got a bucket load of pressure coming from behind. Looking like that could be Oscar Sanders on the inside of the 981, heading for the final turn. Noah Northcott, he's been shuffled back to 6. So down the final straight, Hill, Zapanos, 1 and 2. Fluent's going to take it with Gilbert in 3, and Joel Pritchard is in there in 4. We are going to have a 10-minute break, ladies and gents, until we go semi-final racing. Please keep an eye out on scores. We will be back up on the gate in 10 minutes' time. Thank you.
Right, we have semi-final sheets. As per usual, there are whole shot awards on the Saturday of each national. Sponsored by ODI Grips. Thank you to ODI. The winners will get 100 quid, a nice big ODI check, and an ODI goodie bag. And today's age groups are 15-16 girls and 16 boys. So the whole shot maker, I suppose you describe them as, in 15-16 girls and the 16 boys will pick up a nice juicy 100 quid. Whoop-de-whoop. And some whole shot goodies from ODI Grips. You too can be like Connor Fields and Barry Nobles. Right, riders in the pens for the semi-final, please. Riders in the pens for the semi-finals. Thank you very much. Right, we need riders in there. We can't go semi-final racing without any riders. So riders in the semis, can you get your backsides to where you need to be, please? Thank you.
Here we go, we are semi-final racing, heading towards turn number 1. Looking like the 8-year-olds are a go. It's got to be Gorman leading this one out on the 904 plate, doing it for MK Evolution. Who's in there with him? The 656 of Arlo Payne out of Preston Pirates. Looking like Rapid Romans in the mix as well. He's looking to take it through to the main in the 8-year-olds, heading down the 3rd straight. That is the 284 inside a qualifying spot. Finley Kerr out of Retro Racing, in and out of that final corner. Looking like Gorman, Payne, Birdfield, Kerr. 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Right, second semi-final, 4 going through, 4 going out. These are the 8-year-olds. Where's my mate Oscar rather fast? He's right in the middle of the pack and looking for a way through. Claydon is the man out in front at the moment. Connor Grant's in there in 2. That looks like Archie Walsgrave in there in 3. Who's got the 4? It's the 334, and that belongs to Charlie Crossley out of Tiverton. Tiverton in that 4th spot. They've got a new name, I think, Tiverton Tornadoes now. All looking good. I could tell you a story about the 1996 National in Tiverton, but I'll save that for another time. Charlie's in there in that 4th spot. GT rider chasing him down is Finley Thomas. It's going to be Claydon, Grant, Walsgrove and Crossley making it in.
10-year-old semi-finals are a go. Looking like Rexford has had a blinder of a start. Belton's on the inside looking to tuck underneath, and he's gone from about 5 to 2. So it is Ford, Belton, they're out front at the moment. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Looking like Arthur Donaldson is in a qualifying spot. Who is the Sinead Reed Academy rider in the mix? Got to be Ollie Bird looking for a way round as they come down the 3rd straight. That's the 7 plate, that's Belton, sorry. He's in there in 4. Throws it underneath Donaldson in the final turn. So it is going to be Ford down the final straight. Looking like that could be Belton taking it through. Ford in there as well.
Second semi-final for the 10-year-olds into the 1st turn. Ethan Shaw picking up the whole shot. We've got Jack Kitchen in there as well. Charlie Dowson in the mix. The 5 plate in there in 3. That's going to be Seth Kacharik out of Radco Racing. Who's got that 4th spot? Jack Haynes is the man in it at the moment, but he's getting serious pressure put on him by Northeast BMX's Thomas Giles. Giles trying to get in the fast signatures, trying to get in. That's Joseph Jewis as well, but it's going to be Shaw, Dowsing, Kacharik, Haynes. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3 and 4.
10-year-old girls semi-finals hit the track. Looking like the W7 of Holly Bishop is on the inside and looking to check into turn number 1. Bishop, Halo Wheels race team, is leading this one through. The 8 plates in there behind her. That is Cara Cross doing it for Gosport National Race Team. Here comes the 630 of Arabella Denton doing it for Brixton BMX Club. That's your front 3. The qualifying spot in there in 4 got to be the Sinead Reed Academy rider. Here comes River Henderson right round the outside of Denton. She's going to shuffle away from 4 to 3, but the front 4 are still looking safe from the rest of the pack. Florence Kay is on the outside looking into the moment, putting pressure on Denton to the line, but she's not quite going to get close enough.
Right, second semi for the 10-year-old girls into the turn measure. Olivia Collier in and out of turn number 1. She's out in front. Holly Webb's in there in 2. Eliza Powell in 3. Who's got the 4 at the minute? Looks like Molly Tomlinson. Agnes Lamb is chasing her into the turn, doing it for Manchester BMX as well. She's in there in 5, scrapping away with Rosie Geddes. Roxy Rowlands in there in 7, and Robin Wyatt as well. In and out of the turn. Collier, Webb, Powell. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3. Molly Tomlinson's taking the 4. Agnes Lamb, she's out in 5, unlucky for the Manchester rider.
Semi-final number 7 is on track, and that's got to be Connor Hemhill on the inside, making it stick in turn number 1. Your British champ leads it from your world number 8. Them 2 guys out front at the moment, looking like Preston Newmarsh Powers in the mix as well, looking for a top 4 spot, and he's got one as it stands. Hugo Dayton isn't done yet. He's scrapping away with a 14 of Freddie Ray Orland. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? Hemhill and Jackson having their own little battle out front. It is going to be Preston Newmarsh Power in 3. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? It goes to Freddie Ray Orland.
Big things coming in semi-final number 2 for the 11-year-olds. Let's have a look as they head into the turn. Finn Rummo, Jacob Anderson, the 2 LCC boys are in the mix. Ronnie Wood and the 7 plate of Teddy Jones. 1 in 3, 1 in 4. Who's got the 5? Edward Cordery in 5. Ronnie Wood in 4. Ronnie's looking for the main. Cordery's chasing him down. It's going to be a big battle into the final corner. Who's going to hold it? Wood taking the line. Holding on, I think. It looks like it's going to be Anderson, Monroe, Jones. Ronnie Wood makes it in.
12-year-old semi-finals were getting busy down the first straight. Bibby, Rowlands and Bell were all neck and neck over the first jump, but it is your European number 4 of James Bibby leading this one out for Pro Start BMX. Be Stronger in 2 and 3. That looks like it could be Rowlands chasing Bibby down at the moment. Bell's in there in 3. The E4X is in there in 4. That's got to be Divine. Doing it for Sorted. Race Gear is under all sorts of pressure as Ronnie Payne goes in and out of the final turn and shuffles his way into 5. Bibby, Rowlands, Bell, Divine, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Second semi-final for the 12-year-olds. Archie Crocker, White, Marcus Mullen, Joe Rugg, 1, 2 and 3 into the corner. Where are the Rab Racing boys? Jamira and Smith, they're in the ones in the corner. Oh! Archie Crocker, White drops it on the second straight. That summed it up for Jamira and Rock, Mullen, Isaac the Sender Smith in that final qualifying spot. Looks like he's going to do enough to hang on. Rock, Jamira, Mullen and Smith. But you've got to feel for Archie Crocker White. Wow.
Hands together then for Archie Crocker White. We are back to semi-final racing. The 11-year-old girls are charging to turn number 1. Gotta be Pro Start's Betty Wills, your European number 4, leading this one out. Bradford Bandits in there behind her. That is Amelia Rowe on the 899 plate heading into that second corner. MCR's Ellie Pete on the 14 is in a qualifying spot in there in 3. Moves are being made in the turn. Rachel Pritchard repping the Hawks in that lovely pink version of the Hawks kit inside the top 4. Pritchard then looking to take it through to the 11-year-old girls main. Down the final straight, Wills, Beat, Rowe, Pritchard in that order.
Second semi-final for the 11-year-old girls. That is Maisie Egan and Grace Hudak going into that turn 1 and 2. Looks like we've got Trixie Trays in there in 3. The question is who's got the 4? The 5 of Mia Kiss is getting involved, but she's got pressure coming from the 7 of Aria Rosalie out of Cumbernauld Centurions. Aria's in there in 5, battling away with the rider from Peckham, which is Freya Monforte. Kiss still holding on to that following. Try that again, Rich. Final qualifying spot. It's going to be Egan, Hudak, Trays and Kiss making it in.
12-year-old girls semi-finals are a go. Look at the elbows being passed between Brooke Fast Fawcett and Elizabeth Lola Paul as they enter that first corner. Hard Knocks and Sorted 1 and 2. Absolute in there in 3. That's got to be the 7 of LC Polite heading into the turn. Here comes Radco Racing. Mara McCarran, she's inside the top 4. Looking to give Mum Emma a birthday present as she heads down this third straight. She wants to make it into the main, but she's got one of the Keller sisters. That's going to be Lauren, squirming all over a back wheel, looking for a way to scrap into a top 4 spot. McCarran gets it a little bit wrong. Keller to the line. McCarran holds on.
Right, let's have a look at the second semi-final for the 12-year-old girls. Grace Gerard, Iris Hyder and Freya Harris right in the middle of this one. Grace Gerard doing it for Hard Knocks in there in 2. Harry's in there in that 3. Who's got the 4? It's Millie Ross. Team Mind at the minute under pressure from Poppy May Kirby. Iris Hyder is the rider out in front doing it for Pure Bicycles. In and out of the turn we go. It's going to be Hyder, Gerard, Harry's. Is the Team Mind rider Millie Ross going to hang on? Yes, she is.
9-year-old boys are a go. This is their first semi-final. LCC's Oakley Hill is going to lead this out of the first corner. Hill jumping his way through. He's got the 761 of Ethan, the Great White in there behind him, doing it for Moto, One Race Team, DC Cycles, and Hot Shot are in the mix as well. Gotta be Marco, I think it is, inside the top 4 spot. Yes, it is. Here comes Christy Garbichik. Dominic Zapanos is on the outside. Garbichik underneath them both. Goes from 5 to 3. Marco under pressure, coming backwards upon us down the final straight. Garbichik is going to take it through. Zapanos for 4. What a move in that final turn.
Well done, Christian Garbichik. That was an absolutely blinding move. In and out we go. Turn number 1, Henry Sullivan and Tek Perebny 1 and 2. That looks like the 3-2-9 of Callum Wood. Green Machine Tribe in there in that 3rd position. Battling away with the rider from Fluent, which is Jake Avis. Avis works his way into 3. Callum Wood in there in 4. These guys are well away, I think, now from the rider in 5. That's going to be Arthur Mason from Teamer. He's not going to get close enough, out in that 5th spot.
First lot of the Cruiser semi-final action coming your way, and it is, of course, Hilly entering his 43rd national season, leading this one out on the E1 plate. He's got a bucket load of them titles to add up one day. Who's in there with him looking like... I think Pete Butler just let go of his bars into turn number 2. Not sure what happened there. So it is Hilly, Reedy, Butler, 1, 2, 3. That looks like it could be Stuart Little in there in 4, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Hilly's going to pick up that semi-final win, and Little's going to round out the top 4.
Well, we'll take that. Right, 50 to 54 Cruiser semi-final number 2. In and out we go. Brett Archibald, Martin Ogden. The Kevin Bacon of BMX, Darren O'Brien. Oh! Nearly taking us all out here on the process. Anyway, back to the action. Julian Allen, Timmy Turnbar in there in 3. Brett Knight in 4. Gary Carver, New Chain on Bike in there in 5. Can he make a move down the final straight? Cotty's in there in 6. It's going to be Archibald. Ogden, who's getting the 4? Gary Carver, Julian Allen out in 5.
We are looking at the 13 to 14-year-old Cruisers in and out of that first turn, looking like Hot Shot Racing's Ben Millington leads it from Cotty, heading towards turn number 2. DC Cycles, Logan Young is in the mix. Here comes Alfie Sim, looked to the inside, didn't quite make it stick, so William Knowles, Crank BMX Coaching, hangs on to a top 4 spot. Sim got a bit of work to do as he goes in and out of that final corner. Can he get close enough? Cotty's taken over the lead. Millington for 2, Young for 3, and that was Knowles inside the top 4.
Second semi for 13, 14-year-old Cruisers. Todd Smith, Notman, Robin, Matter and Alonso. 1 and 2 into the turn. Newton Hindley in there in 3. Here comes the 18. That belongs to Owen Miller out of Burnham. He's in there in 4, and that looks like Freddie Walworth. Oh, he's making his move down the straight. Here we go into the final turn. Hard Knocks by Coaching, getting it wrong. Oh, gets shoved off the berm. Miller takes it back. Walworth's going to be the unlucky man in 5, but it wasn't for the lack of trying.
15-16 Cruisers are on track. Semi-final number 21 is led away by the 5 of Stan Palmer. He's got Sean Brown in there behind him on the 7th place, so it's Fast Signatures and Ice Bikes out front at the moment. Fluent Bicycle Motocross have got Jack Walford in there in 3. Evolved Collective have got Jack Walford in there in 3. He's having an absolute blinding start to the season so far, and that looks like Joe Little inside the top 4, picking it up for Evolved Bicycle Motocross.
Right, here we go with the 15-16 semi-final number 2. John O'Harity and Zachary Tier in this one as well. Is getting busy as they come out of the turn. All close together. The 727 of William Chaplin in that 3rd spot. John O'Harity in there in 4. Rider out front at the moment on that 9 plate. That's going to be Finton Coburn. Coburn in and out of the turn. Zachary Tier in there in 2. Chaplin in 3. Harradine in 4. Cooper McCrum out in 5.
We are looking at the 29-year-old cruisers into turn number 1. Your national champion Alex Brooks is in front, leading this one away from Luca Manzi in there in 2. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like 0-1 Racing. That has got to be Owen Portland picking it up as they come on round. Fast Signatures in the mix as well. Niall Moss is in a qualifying spot. Here comes a 9 plate of Josh Cates in and out of the final turn. He's had a crack a few motos. Can he make it into the final? He's not quite going to make it on the outside looking in.
Semi-final 24, second one for the 17 to 29 cruisers. Daniel Wilson on the inside, battling away. We've got Arne Esselmont in there as well, doing it for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Wilson, Esselmont, 1 and 2. Moto 1's Thomas Millar in there in 3. And that looks like Rocky O'Brien back in the Bolivian jersey in there in 4. Connor Hedges in 5. In and out of the final turn we go. O'Brien on the qualifying spot. Hedges looking like he's going to be the man out in 5. Arne Esselmont takes to the sky, takes the 2.
17 to 29-year-old cruisers are a go for the women. Got to be Mabo UK's Lily Chiswa. Whole shotting in and out of that first corner for about the millionth time already this season. And it's only her 4th race of the day. Who's in there with her? Got to be Taylor Lee Mohan picking up the 2 spot. The 3 is occupied by Anya Matt and Alonso. Coming on round, Jetska Hemstock on the 8 plate, doing it for Ice Bike. She's in a qualifying spot. Got Alexis McCartney in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do to close that gap down. Chiswa, Mohan, Alonso, 1, 2, 3. Hemstock going to round out the top 4 finishers.
Second quarter-final for the 17 to 29 female cruiser. Izzy Hurry on the inside, working her way into that 4th spot, battling with Amy Willis as they go down that straight. That looks like hot shots. Isla Radcliffe in there in 3. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter in 2. And Hannah Drew, fresh off making the finals in Verona last weekend. She's in there in 1. Izzy makes a move for the 3 now, wants to secure that spot. Looks like she's got enough time and room over Amy Willis. It's going to be Cadman-Carpenter, Drew, Radcliffe and Hurry making the final.
30-plus women's cruisers semi-final is a go. Looking like they're all a bit separated heading into that first corner. It is Michelle Stuppel, Gosport National Race Team, leading this one out. Who's in there with the DC Cycles? Anita Wong. The front 4 are separated at the moment, but Chizzy's in there in 5. It looks like Stuppel goes airborne into turn 2. She leads it from Wong. Looking like Sitch is in there in 3 on the inside of Lee Pendleton. They're elbow to elbow heading into the final corner. Is carnage going to ensue? A high low from Pendleton. Chasing Sitch down is going to be Stuppel, Wong, Sitch, Pendleton.
Right, second semi for the 30-plus cruiser females. Becca Gull, SJ Nichols. In and out of turn number 1. Magic Manders in there in 3. Roman Beckett getting involved as well in 4. Who's the rider in 5? It's the 14 of Emily Eilert. Urban BMX. She's in the 5th. She's looking for the 4. She's got 4 bike lengths to make up on Roman Beckett. But Becca Gold, Sarah Jane Nichols in and out of the turn. They're going to go 1 and 2. Magic Manders going to pick up a 3. Rowan Beckett in 4, Emily unlucky and out in 5.
Semi-final number 29 hits the track. These are the 7-year-old boys. Where's Oliver Bridle on the 0-1, your British champion. Look at this guy go. He's as rad as you like. Bridle leads it out for Exeter Eagles. He's being chased down by the 925 of Eddie Brown out of Gosport National Race Team. That looks like it could be Benji Ross Foster. Merseyside BMX Club. He's inside the top 3 under a bit of pressure from William Beckett. Smiley's Fly Club and Squash and Poppy's in there in 4. Being chased out by a couple of other riders into the final turn. But it looks like Beckett is safe and clear. Bridle taking it to him. Brown, Foster, Beckett, 1, 2, 3 and 4.
7-year-old semi-final number 2, Shelby Yates, Lou and Jamira, Leon Krasosiak's in this one as well, and Isaac Tomlinson. Tomlinson's in there in 3, battling with Jamira. It looks like Shelby Yates is out in front. The 290 is Roberts Captains out of Derby BMX Club. He's in there in 4. Voice is going already, can't believe it. Where are we up to? 671. Jax Bradley, Rusty Nut Racing, in there in that 5th position. Looks like he's left himself a little bit too much to do. Yates, Jamira, Tomlinson, Cactins. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Penultimate semi-final for the first block of the weekend. It is the 27 plate of Charlie Cotton, Merseyside BMX Club. He's charging in and out of that first corner, looking to go airborne, and he does. He's got the 642 of Huey Hall in there behind him. The 671 is in the mix as well. Leo Bradley, Rusty Nut Racing, in and out of the second corner. Team Minds in the mix inside the top 4 spots. That's got to be the 13 of Ozin King, bringing it on round. Jed Thompson's queuing up behind him though, with a couple of riders behind him. That looks like Smart in 6, but it is going to be Cotton picking up that semi-final win.
Last of the semis. I'm going to have to calm down a little bit. Louis Chevy, Harry Swales, Max Livingston, Billy Cheeseman, Bo Morris, Rocco Westwood, Jack Swales and Jacob Squires. It is Fast Signatures. Harry Swales out there in front. Max Livingston in there in 2. Gosport National Race Team got 2 riders in this one, including Billy Cheeseman. Rider going through in 3 is Team Minds Louis Cheffy. He's in that 3rd spot. Bit of a gap to Bo Morris, who's in there in 5. He's looking like he's going to be the unlucky man. Cheeseman's going to go through in 4.
We are going semi-final racing, final racing, sorry. I'm taking us back another half an hour. We are going final racing at 1:40, so just shy of 10 minutes time. Again, please make sure you are in the pens, ready and waiting. Get yourselves over to scores. They'll be up there very, very shortly, if not already. And we will go racing at 1:40 for Block 1's finals. Thank you.
Right, can all photographers, all our cameramen, photographers, can you meet Andy Whitworth at the bottom of the 8-metre hill, please? Meeting for photographers at the bottom of the 8-metre hill. I hope you've all been well behaved. Otherwise, you're going to get a smack on the wrist. Right, presentations for the 12 and unders outside, next to the hub, straight after the finals. Presentations for the 12 and unders outside, in the glorious sunshine, next to the hub, as soon as the finals are over. Next thing is, tomorrow there will be a silent auction. We are raising some money for the Children with Cancer charity that Vicky Robinson has been running marathons for, all part of the same thing. There will be jerseys up for grabs, signed jerseys, Freya Chalice, Beth Shriver, Ross Cullen, various other GB team members, lots of other things you can bid for as well, and every penny will go to children with cancer. So if you've got the ability to put your hand in your pocket and raise a bit of money, get one of these jerseys, we'd be very grateful. Yeah, brilliant. So tomorrow, silent auction, get yourselves a GB jersey signed by the athletes and raise money for a good cause at the same time. Right, I've had an update on the Whole Shot Awards. 15 girls and 16 boys. Those will be the Whole Shot Awards from ODI this afternoon. 15 girls, 16 boys, 100 quid, big ODI check, some goodies, and clearly you'll be paying for the takeaway tomorrow night.
Looks like we are ready to go. Final racing, ladies and gents. We're going to start off with the cruisers by the looks of things in a BABA format. Followed by the 20-inch B finals and finalising the afternoon with the 20-inch A finals before we move on to block 2. The first final of the 2025 Lloyds BMX National Series is a go, and we are looking at 2 riders out of team here. Heading into turn number 1, Bram Heaver and Bo Morris are in the mix, and it is Bo leading this one out. Here comes the 155 of Owen Smart, doing it for Bruntwood Park National Race Team, looking for a way to split up the team here, guys. So it is Morris, Heaver round the outside, looking to go from 3 to 1, and I think he's going to make it stick on his teammate in the final turn. Here then, team here, 1 and 2. Heaver's going to take that win. Owen Smart for the 2 spot on the line, Bo Morris for 3. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers lining up on the gate for the A final. We have got Ozin King, Leo Bradley, Billy Cheeseman, Louis Sheffy, Max Livingston, Huey Hall, Harry Swales and Charlie Cotton.
9 to 12-year-old cruisers, A-final hits the track. Look at the inside. Cotton's had a blinder of a start, but he's got the fast signatures rider Harry Swales with a high-low in turn number 1. They're elbow to elbow. Swales, Cotton, who's going to get it into turn number 2? Cotton's hanging on for Merseyside BMX Club. Swales for Gosport. Look at them going at it. There's more high-low action coming out of turn 2. It's still Cotton hanging on. Sheffield. Oh, Cotton slides out, trying to defend his line. Swales takes it. Who's going to get 2 and 3? Huey Hall's in 3. That was Sheffield for 2. Put your hands together for Charlie Cotton, ladies and gents. What a battle that was.
Right, moving on to 13-14's the B final, lining up. B final for the 13 and 14-year-old cruisers. Sim, Walworth, McKenna, Anthony, Kiss, Harding, Westwood and Arnold. Into the turn we go. Alfie Sim picking up the whole shot. Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in 1. Jake McKenna in 2. Freddie Walworth, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in there in 3. Looks like we've got Ben's T-Ball Kiss in there inside the top 4, doing it for Peckham as well as they go down the straight towards the final corner. Walworks on a charge now, trying to get in there with McKenna. McKenna just holding the line. Alfie Sim is going to bring it to the line. Sim gets the B final win for Evolved. McKenna, Walwork, you 2 and 3. A final for the 13-14 cruisers. Owen Miller, Newton Hindley, Will Knowles, Logan Young, Ben Millington, Todd Smith-Notman, Robin Mattern Alonso and James Cottrell. Thirteen, 14-year-old cruisers are go Little Cotty on the inside into the turn. Robin Mattern Alonso as well. Rab Racing leading it out. Here comes Newton Hindley and Todd Smith-Notman. That's your top 4 at the minute. Logan Young in there in 5 as they go in and out of that second turn. James Cottrell in and out of that final corner, bringing it home, passing his teammates at the finish line. Little Cotty gets it. Robin Mattern Alonso for 2. Newton Hindley for 3. Todd Smith-Notman 4.
15 to 16-year-old cruiser B final hits the track. BMX with a photography are going 1 and 2. That's Eric McSwitty leading it from the 5X of Cooper McCrum, heading into that second corner, looking like we have got a rider out of the Hawks, Bradley Davison. He's rounding out the top 3 at the moment. Hot Shot are in the mix inside the top 4. That is Jacob Warren on the 10X plate in and out of that final corner. Looking like it is going to be the BMX Widow guys going through in 1 and 2. That's McSwitty and McCrum. 15 to 16-year-old cruiser A final up onto the gate. We've got Joe Little, John O'Harradine, Will Chaplin, Jack Walford, Zachary Tia, Vincent Coburn, Stan Palmer and Sean Brown. Final number 6 hits the track. These are your 15 to 16-year-old cruisers, and Sean Brown has been shot out of a cannon. He's going to lead it in and out of that first corner. Brown doing it for Ice Bike. Stan Palmer ahead of the rest of the pack at the moment. Will Chaplin's worked his way into a top 3 spot, thrown it under tier in turn number 2. Walford's come under a bit of traffic in that second corner. It is shuffled back to about 5 or 6, but Sean Brown taking it to him. What a lap that is for the Ice Bikes rider. Brown, Palmer, Chaplin, 1, 2 and 3.
B final for the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers heading down towards turn number 1. Josh Cates, Pete Watson in this one. Watson on the inside. In and out of the turn we go. It is the 9 plate leading it out at the minute. That is Joshua Cates out of Braintree. Luke Davies-Hayes in there in 2. That looks like Connor Blythe going through in 3 for DC Cycles. And Pro Start trying to get involved with Connor Hedges as well. But it's going to be Joshua Cates, Luke Davies-Hayes, Connor Blythe, you 1, 2, 3. Race 9, we've moved on. There's a mechanical in the 17-29 A final. So we'll try it again. We're moving on. Amy Willets, Alexis McCartney, Hannah Hedges, Abby Pike, Trinity Cam, Jamie Elwood, Erin J. Jackson and Chloe Tompkins. Your B final for 17 to 29-year-old cruiser. In and out we go. Alexis in that lead position. Abby Pike in 2. Amy Willets in 3. Trinity Cam rounding out the top 4. Allen'sBMX.com. Alexis McCartney, she's going to take the win in the B final. 17 to 29 cruiser female. Next up, 17 to 29 female cruiser, the A final. Izzy Hurry, Isla Radcliffe, Yetska Hempstock, Anya Mattern Alonso, Taylor Lee Moen, Hannah Drew, Annalise Cadman Carpenter, and Lily Chiziwa. A final for the cruiser ladies heading down the hill. Lily Chiziwa into the turn with a great start. She's going to pick up the whole shot. Hannah Drew in 2, Anya Mattern Alonso in 3, Annalise Cadman Carpenter in 4 with Taylor Lee Moen rounding out the top 5. So Mabo out in front in the Saturday kit. Gold, black and white. It's going to be Chiziwa for Mabo. Hannah Drew doing it for Pro Start. She's going to take the 2. Who's going to get the 3? I've got a feeling it was Annalise Cadman Carpenter.
30 plus women's cruiser B final hits the track. One rider hits the deck on the first straight. Not quite sure who that was. I think that might have been Suzanne Jenkins. Let's hope that Suzanne's all right. We are looking at Team Bunnies though. Out on track, 3 riders out of Team Bunnies, heading into turn number 2, and they are led away by Coach Chizzy. Annie Chizawa leading this one out. Emily Eilert in there in that 2 spot for 1 Clements. In there in 3, doing it for Team Ear and Andover, heading towards that final corner. So it is Bunnies, Urban Ear, 1 and 2. Heading down the final straight, looking like that's how they're going to finish. For 1 Clements inside the top 3. The battle between the other 2 Team Bunnies ladies going off. Tracy Sharp and Grace Turner. Sharp looking like she's going to hang on to that 4 spot. Turner in at 5. Put your hands together for Suzanne Jenkins, ladies and gents. As the 30 plus women's cruiser A final lines up on the gate, we have got Lee Pendleton, Rohan Beckett, Nicholas Sitch, Manda Hemstock, Anita Wong, Sarah Jane Nichols, Rebecca Go, and Michelle Stuffle. Final number 12, the 30 plus women's cruiser is a go, and Nikki Sitch is in her first final of her 40th year racing nationals. She's led out though by Michelle Stuffle, doing it for Gosport National Race Team. Rebecca Goll in there in 2, SJN's in there in 3. It is the 1, the 2 and the W2 occupying the top 3 spots at the moment. Anita Wong is in there in 4, but it's all about Gosport National Race Team heading down the final straight. She's going to pick up this win. Who's in there for that 2 spot? Rebecca Gold's going to take it across the line with Sarah Jane Nichols in 3.
All right, we're going to take you back to the 17 to 29 at Cruiser A final. We've got Rocky O'Brien, Niall Moss, Thomas Miller, Owen Putland, Luca Manzi, Arne Esselmont, Dan Wilson and Alex Brooks. 17 to 29-year-old cruiser final is go. The Rab Racing guys on the inside. Brooks and Wilson into the corner. Thomas Millar as well. Arne Esselmont diving underneath. Rocky O'Brien's in there as well. Niall Moss in there in that 6th spot at the minute with Putland in there in 7. But it's Rab Racing going 1 and 2 at the minute. Brooks and Wilson down towards the final corner. Looking like a good start to the season for the riders in red, passing their teammates at the line. It's going to be Brooks, Wilson, Esselmont. 1, 2 and 3. Millar in 4, Rocky O'Brien in 5.
30 to 39-year-old Cruiser A final. Up on the gate, we've got Agriz Alexands, Ash Richardson, Dale Scott, Martin Smiley Brown, Nathan Abbott, Dan Popel, Jamie Webb and Tom Palmer.
30 to 39-year-old cruisers hit the track for their A final. The original Tom Palmer is on the inside. Crucial racing, but here comes the 0-1 of Popel. Couldn't quite make it stick. Crucial and the absolute 1 and 2. Who's in there in 3? Looking like we've got Jamie Webb out of team here, but it's all about the original Tom Palmer down the third straight, checking out from Popel in and out of the final corner. Popel hasn't got enough left in the tank to catch him. Palmer, Popel, Webb, that's your top 3. Abbott's in there for 4. Brown takes 5.
40 to 44 crews of the A final lining up. Matt Walsh, Matt Smart, Andrew Lockwood, Mike Whittaker, Andy Groves, Matthew Eaton, Dylan Dixon and Chris Evans. 40 to 44 cruiser Matt Eaton got an absolute blinder of a start, but it's Chris Evans trying to lead it into the corner with the 0-1. I think of Dylan Dixon getting involved as well. So Evans, Dixon, Eaton, Groves, that's your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Whittaker in there in 5, doing it for the YouTubes. But Chris Evans, DC Cycles, shot out of a cannon. That's not something I normally say about Chris Evans, but he's doing a grand job today. Special pies and a new beard taking him to the win. Evans gets it, Dixon in 2, Eaton in 3.
45 to 49-year-old cruisers up on the gate for their A final. We've got Philip Duff, Mark Franklin, Rich Stevenson, Scott Main, Dave Stokes, Anthony Labras, Norbert Marco and Fraser Watson. Final 15 hits the track. Marco gets a cracking start, but it's all about the 0-1 on the inside. Fraser Watson doing it for BMX Widow Photography. He's been checking out from the pack all day long, and he's looking to do the same here in this final. Oh, Main hits the deck on the second straight. Let's hope that he's all right. Watson, Marco checking him out as they come in towards the final turn. Can anyone catch them? I don't think they can. Anthony Labras is in there inside the top 3. Dave Stokes in 4 for Evolved Bicycle Motocross, but Fraser Watson, he's going to take the win. We're just going to get Scott checked over. Put your hands together for Scott Main, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet and going to walk away.
Right, 50 to 54, B final. Oh! Ho, ho. Everybody over the gate. Julian Allen goes to pick his send it frame up. The question is, did he bend it? Did he bend it when he sent it? Oh no, he's on his other bike. I vote for an elastic band and riders ready, pedals ready, go. Let's take it back to the early 80s. Right, anyway, while I've got the opportunity, don't forget our traders here this weekend. On the mezzanine floor level, we have Enfuse Sports. If you are flagging like me and Lewis are at the moment, and chocolate biscuits just don't cut it, you can get your energy gels, your protein powders. They're doing taster packs with a bit of everything in there at a really good deal. Go and see Enfuse Sports up on the mezzanine floor. They will look after you with all your energy product needs. And when you are fully energized, you can go downstairs and start shopping in earnest. We've got DC Cycles, Crucial, and Green Machine for all your parts and accessories. You can get them fitted by Rich the Mechanic at Pure Bicycles. He looks after Neat Kimmen, so he's good enough to look after your bike. And then after that, you're going to need to dress in some fine new fresh threads. That means you nip over to Dave at B73, get yourselves a National Series t-shirt or hoodie. They are on sale this weekend. And then you can nip over to Andy at Sorted Race Gear and pick up some Troy Lee goodies, your Troy Lee helmets, all that kind of stuff. And then when you've shopped yourself out and you're starving, go and see the Jamiras in the cafe at Food Delectable. Get yourself a beef curry because it's absolutely amazing and you've supported everyone.
Now that sounds like a BMX's dream afternoon, that does, doesn't it?
That is an afternoon of amazingness.
And if you can't tell, that's exactly how Rich is spending his break between block 1 and 2.
Just the last bit about the food. I'm starving. Right, they've changed it around now. 50 to 54A final is up there at the minute, including Mr. Stuart Little from Evolved Bicycle Motocross, as his teammates go wild in the stands. Oh no, they don't. But anyway, lining up, 50 to 54 Cruiser A final. Gary Carver, Brett Knight, Stuart Little, Martin Oggy Ogden, Pete Butler, Brett Archibald, Darren Reedy and Alan Hill.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders, red, 1, 3.
50 to 54 Cruiser heading down the hill. Good start from all these guys. Hilly got the best of it though. Brett Archibald in there as well. Reedy on the inside. Stuart Little getting shuffled back a little bit. But it is Alan Hill, his 43rd season of national racing. Out in front, doing it for Pure Bicycles. Reedy in there in 2. It's like the 1996 Pro Class all over again. Pete Butler in 3. Archibald in 4, but it's going to be Hilly. National win number 28,967. Job done. Reedy for the 2, Butler for the 3. Archibald, Knight, Carver, Little and Oggy. Yep. Right, B final, we're off again. Can we just have a day off, lads, please? Oh, hang on, Timmy Turnbar leading it out. Here comes the Royal Air Force as well. Daz O'Brien in the mix. Looking around, see if somebody's going to plough into him in this next turn. Dives underneath. So Julian Allen, Matt Haywood, Darren O'Brien into the final turn. Who's going to hold on to it? Timmy Turnbar for a B final win down the final straight. Julian Allen holding on to it. Daz O'Brien for the 2, Matt Haywood for the 3.
55 plus Cruiser A final up on the gate. We've got James Musgrove, Billy Stupple, Raymond Reed, David Knowles, Brent Featherstone, Mick Goff, Chris Madron and John Bentley.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders, red, 1, 3.
Final 18 hits the track, the 55 plus Cruiser. Bruisers are a go, and it's neck and neck at the moment between Benters and Big Mick. Who's on the inside is Madron. He threw it under and he popped out in that second spot. So it is Benters, Madron
at the moment out front. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like Raymond Reed has worked his way into a top 4 spot. In behind last year's national champ, Big Mick Goff. But it's all about Bentley out front, flying away with it for Allen's Factory Supercross. He's going to take the A-final win. Who's in there with him? Chris Madron for 2 and Big Mick Goff in 3.
7-year-old B final heading down the hill. Henry Dodd for Midlands in this one in that brand new Midlands Club jersey, leading it into the turn. One rider's hit the deck, not quite sure who it was, but as they come out, Dodd out in front. Who's got the 2? It's the 301. That belongs to Leon Krasosiak. States in there doing it for Peterborough as well. And the decoy rider, Harry Pow, he's inside the top 4, but he's left the door wide open in that second turn. Henry Dodd, Midlands BMX Club, into the final turn, the 7-year-old B final. He's going to bring it home. Henry Dodd's going to take the win. Brunwood's Leon Krasosiak in there in 2, Harry Pow in 3.
8-year-old B final is on track. Check out Airborne Frankie Jones. He's on a charge into turn number 1, and he's going to lead this one out for LCC BMX race team. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got the 134 of Finley Thomas out of GT Factory. Jones leading it out. Thomas into where's Logan Aceto. He's at the back of the pack at the moment. Got a bit of work to do. That looks like it could be the 042. Bringing it on round Ruari Kempsford out of Knightswood, in and out of that final corner. Jones under pressure. Here comes Thomas looking for a late charge. That's going to be Pekka BMX Club picking up a top 3 spot as well. That looked like it was Petar Bunchik.
Right, moving on, 9-year-olds B final. Mason, Marco, Perry, Pritchard, Brits, Thorne, Gilbert and Blakeburn all in this one. DC Cycles, Oscar Marco heading into that second turn out in front. Teamer, I think it is Arthur Mason in that second position. Big pressure coming though. Joel Pritchard trying to get involved for the Hawks as well. He's in there in 4. Looks like Gilbert out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there in 3. Last straight action. Marco under pressure from Mason. Who's going to get it at the line? Marco, I think. No, it was Mason.
10-year-old girls B final is on track. The 658 of Puyet Lam has an absolute charging start, and she's going to pick it up over that whole shot line. So it is Lam out front at the moment. Hot shots in there in that 2 spot. That's the 604 of Emma Dean out of Royston Rockets. Here comes the Brunty Massive getting involved in all the action. Florence Kay, Bruntwood Park National Race Team. The 11 plate has worked her way through into a top 2 spot. The 7, Rosie Geddes, has come through as well into a top 3. So it is going to be Lamb, Kay, Geddes, 1, 2, 3. Hot shots. Dean is going to pick up that 4th spot.
10-year-old B final, Thomas Giles on the inside, battling away into the turn with the rider from Sinead's Reed Academy. That's Maisie Surtees. In and out of the corner we go. They are scrapping away. The 16 taking the lead. Jack Kitchen. So Kitchen, Giles, Surtees, all in. Kitchen, Giles, and Ollie Bird, right team Ron Ryder, all involved in this one. Growcock as well, I think, out of LVG National Race Team, but it is going to be Kitchen and Giles taking it to the line. They're going to go 1 and 2.
Final number 24 is the 11-year-old girls B final, heading for turn number 1. The 7 plate got a flying start. That is Aria Rosalie. She's going to pick up the whole shot in that first corner. Who's that there with her? Looking like it could be CGR in the mix inside the top 3. That's Holly Richardson, but it is a 976 of Freya Montfort out of Peckham BMX Club. She's picking up that 2 spot. So they come in and out of that second corner. Lee, Montfort, Richardson. Here comes the 8 plate of Bonnie Dudley, Evolve Collective. She's into the top 4. Who's that in there in 5? Looking like Sinead's Reed Academy. Maisie Surtees, she's going to round out the top 5 spots. Dudley with a late charge on Richardson to the line. I think Richardson hung on to that 3rd spot.
11-year-old B final, Dayton, Cordery, Hewitt, McAvoy, Bradley, Gordon, Claydon and Steinmetz. This one's absolutely stacked for a B final. Cordery is the man out in front of the minute. Hugo Dayton and Kylan Gordon 2 and 3, and that looks like the rider out of Radco Racing, Sebastian Hewitt, inside the top 4. It's getting very, very tight. McAvoy's trying to work his magic in those turns yet again. Steinmetz getting caught up at the back of the pack, but it's Cordery, Gordon, Hewitt, McAvoy. That is your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Dayton's back there in 5. Cordery's going to take the win. It's Cordery, Gordon, Hewitt, 1, 2, 3.
Penultimate B final of block 1, then heading towards that first corner, and it is the 6 plate on the inside. Poppy May Kirby, Green Machine Tribe, she's going to take it across that whole shot line. Who's that in there behind her? Gotta be Sammy Hughes on the 635 plate. That's going to be your 2 spotters to come on round. GT Factory in there as well. That is Lauren Keller on the 3 plate doing it for Gosport, but out front looking good. Poppy May Kirby. Now that looks like it could be Evie Dyson in there in 4, chasing down Hughes down the final straight. Keller with a late charge herself. She's going to go from 3 to 1 down that final straight and shuffle Kirby back to 2.
Last of the B finals, 12-year-old boys, Payne, Hamill, Bishop, Hughes, Waite, Riches, Bagwell and Crocker White in this one as well. Archie Crocker White trying to make up for the disappointment of that semi-final. Up the 15, exiting the wrong side. That's going to be Sam Riches. His lap is over. So it's Crocker White and Bagwell going 1 and 2. Hamill in there in 3. Leon Waite inside the top 4 with Bishop in 5. So Archie Crocker White, absolute bicycle motocross, going to take the win in the B final. Bagwell's going to get that 2. Oh, sorry, Ronnie Payne with the 2. Hamill with the 3. Leon Waite in 4.
Right, we have got the 6 and under A final lining up on the gates. We've got Jensen Dykes, Stanley Lockwood, Luke Barron, Leo Hawker, Jack Byrne, Dennis Turner, Alejandro Estevez and Ellis Dowsing. The first A final of the 20-inch classes hits the track, and it is the 6 and unders bringing the thunder. Who's that on the inside? Got to be the Bruntwood Park National Race Team rider. That's Alejandro Estevez. Estevez leads it out the 403, and there behind him, that's Jack Byrne out of Decoy, looking like the Northeaster coming on through as well. Luke Barron on the 509 plate. That's your top 3 as it stands. Who's the Team Bunnies rider inside the top 5? Looks like that could be Lockwood. I think it is the 277 in there in 4. That has got to be Jensen Dykes in and out of the final 2. We've got a scrap on our hands, ladies and gents. Estevez taking it down to the line. Here comes Byrne. Estevez hangs on to it. Byrne for 2. Who's going to get 3 on the line? That one was tight. Luke Barron hangs on. Jensen Dykes for 4. Wow, oh wow.
Right, next up, 7-year-old boys, Robert Catkins, Isaac Tomlinson, William Beckett, Lewin Jamira, Benji Ross Foster, Eddie Brown, Shelby Yates and Oliver Bridle. Right, don't forget presentations for the 12 and unders will be outside as soon as the finals are finished. Meanwhile, Oliver Bridle's going to lead it into the turn. Oh! Shelby Yates has gone, as has the rider from Gospel. That was Eddie Brown. Meanwhile, out in front, Oliver Bridle checking out like Luke Littler on a 9-dart finish. This kid has gone. That is Benji Ross Foster in there in 2. Lou and Jamira dreaming about these mum and dad's beef curry in there in 3. Beckett in 4. Catkins in 5, but it is going to be Oliver Bridle taking the win. Benji Ross Foster with the 2, Lewin Jamira in the 3. 7-year-old girls up next. We have got Opal Jones, Noah Kerr, Alice Laurie, Ada Warner, Evie Knight, Hattie McGoldrick, Sophia Rees and Esme Anderson. 7-year-old girls are go. Esme Anderson got a good start, as did Sophia Rees. Hattie McGoldrick, super hats. She's in the top 4 at the moment. She's got the speed to make it happen. Meanwhile, Anderson in 1, the 5.64. That belongs to Evie Knight out of Cornwall. Hattie's doing it the hard way. She's going round the outside. Sophia in there into... Oh, Hattie, how she held on to it, I've got no idea. What a save. In and out of the corner. It's going to be Sophia Rees, Esme Anderson, Evie Knight, Hattie McGoldrick. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3 and 4. Let's bring the rest of them home. 5th place, Ada Warner. 6th for Noah Kerr. 7th for Alice Laurie.
8-year-old boys lining up on the gate for their A final. We have got Charlie Crossley, Archie Walsgrove, Connor Grant, Joseph Claydon, Finley Kerr, Rapid Roman Birdfield, Arlo Payne and Teddy Gorman. Final 31, these are your 8-year-olds and he's getting busy down the hill. Check out Teddy Gorman, he's looking for a hole shot. We've lost a couple of riders down the first straight. Gorman leads it across the hole shot line. Rapid Romans making moves in there in about 4. That looks like Joey Claydon inside the top 2, but he's got a rider right there on his left-hand side trying to work his way through. I think that was Arlo Payne bringing it on down the 3rd straight. Then Gorman from Payne. Yes, it is heading for the final turn. Claydon's in there in 3. Birdfield's in 4. That looks like it could be a Finley Kerr in 5. Last straight action, Teddy Gorman. He is your 8-year-old winner for day number 1. Tie on the line for 2 and 3. Payne hung on. Claydon for 3. Rapid Roman in 4. 8-year-old girls up on the gate for the A final. We have got Verity Kay, Susie Wyatt, Flick Brentnall, Mabel Pine, Abigail Henning, Orla Jewis, Matilda Hewitt and Maggie Devine. Eight-year-old girls are a go. Then who's out of the inside? Looking like we have got the 366 of Maggie Devine out of Manchester Assorted Race Gear. Oh, Matilda Hewitt started drifting in turn number 1 and now she's holding up the pack in there in 3. Riders diving up the inside, but it's getting busy out front. Devine leads it. Jewis in there in 2 looking for a way round. That looks like it could be the 6.57 of Mabel Pine, your British champ. She's into the top 3. Look at the high-low from Jewis out of the final corner. Devine, Jewis, 1 and 2. Is that how they're going to finish? That one's getting tight. Devine hangs on. Pine's in 3. Hewitt takes 4.
Moving on to the 9-year-old boys final. Callum Wood, Dominic Zapanos, Christian Garbachick, Jake Havis, Ethan White, Oakley Hill, Antek Perebny and Henry Sullivan. Here come the 9-year-olds down the hill. Henry Sullivan on the inside, all taking off together as they head towards that first turn. Oakley Hill following him into turn number 1. Perebny threading the needle out of that turn as well. So Perebny working his way up into 2 now. Oakley Hill in there in 3. Moto, 1 rider in there in 4. That's going to be Ethan White. but it's Henry Sullivan. Crucial Racing out in front. Perebny, he's chasing him every inch of the way. Oakley Hill's having a great lap this time around. He's going to get himself a top 3. It's going to be Sullivan, Perebny, Hill, White, Zapanos. That'll be your top 5. Nine-year-old girls. Alice Barron, Megan Keller, Layla Dixon, Madison Stupple, Maisie Dyson, birthday girl Lauren Snell, Ella Grant and Phoebe Miller.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders, sprint, watch the gate.
9-year-old girls taking to the track. Good start there from Phoebe Miller, but she's already getting some pressure from the ladies. Behind her, Ella Grant in particular from Absolute Bicycle Motocross, who's worked her way into that second position. 2.96, that's Lauren Snell, the birthday girl, turning 9. She's in there in 3, Dyson in 4. GT going through in 5, that's going to be Megan Keller. But it is Phoebe Miller, Moto 1, in and out of that final turn. She's going to bring this one home, Miller, for the win. Absolute Bicycle Motocross, are they going to pick up the 2? Yes, they are. Ella Grant for 2, Lauren Snell for 3, Dyson for 4.
10-year-old boys A final up on the gate. We've got Arthur Donaldson, Jack Belton, Jack Haynes, Seth Kacharik, George Spencer, Charlie Dowsing, Rex Ford and Ethan Shaw. 10-year-old boys A final hits the track. Dowson's had a great gate out of the centre. Your national champ and your British champ from last year are neck and neck. Shaw leads it for Pro Start. Oh, one rider hits the deck and swallows up Kacharik with him. But it's all about the 0-1 and the 1 at the moment. Shaw, Dowson, 1 and 2. Who's that picking up 3? Looking like that it's the 7 plate of Jack Belton, but he's got the 3 of Rex Ford squirming all over his back wheel. Ethan Shaw, Pro Star BMX on a charge in and out of that final corner. He's going to wrap up the 10-year-old boys A final down to the stripe. Dowson behind him, Belton in 3. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for the template of George Spencer. As we take a look back up to the top of the start hill, 10-year-old girls are lining up for their final. We've got Arabella Denton, Molly Tomlinson, River Henderson, Cara Cross, Holly Webb, Eliza Powell, Maya Kolazai and Holly Bishop. 10-year-old girls hit the track, looking like your world number 7, Holly Bishop. Out of lane number 1 has had a flying start. She's going to hold shot into turn number 1. It's getting busy. There's elbows banging, and one rider looks to be pushed out. That's the template of Molly Tomlinson, just shuffled back slightly. So Bishop leads it. Webb is in there in 2. Who's coming through in 3 and 4? Looking like we've got Maya Kolazai in the mix as well inside the top 3, looking for a move around the outside of Webb in the final turn, but it's out front with the world number 7 Holly Bishop. Can anyone catch her? Not today. Halo Wheels race team, your race winner Holly Webb for 2 and Maya Kolazai in there in 3.
Right, 11-year-olds up next, the boys. We have got Ronnie Wood, Teddy Jones, Freddie Ray Allen, Preston Newmarsh Powell, Finley Monroe, Jacob Anderson, Benny Jackson and Connor Hemphill. 11-year-old boys leaving the gate. This is going to be an absolute banger of a final. We've got Connor Hemphill leading it into the turn. Jacob Anderson right there with him. Finley Monroe looking for a way through. Here comes Preston Newmarsh Power as well. Oh, Finley Monroe threading the needle. Freddie Ray Orland in there as well as they go in and out of turn number 2. It is the GT factory rider, the 0-1, the British champion, Connor Hemphill leading it into the final corner. Jacob Anderson's right on his back wheel. It's going to be Hemphill Campbell, Anderson, Monroe, 1, 2, 3, powering 4. The LCC boys all getting involved. Wow, wow, wow. 11-year-old girls, we have got Rachel Pritchard, Mia Kiss, Ellie Beat, Amelia Rowe, Trixie Trays, Grace Hudak, Maisie Egan and Betty Wills.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders, red, 1, 2,
11-year-old girls now. Maisie Egan on the inside, battling away. Betty Wills in there as well as they go into that first turn. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Oh, it's going to be very, very tight. Wills from Egan in there, 1 and 2. Grace Hudak inside the top 4 right now. We've got Amelia Rowe in there for Bradford as well in that third position. She's under pressure as they come out of turn number 2. Betty Wills and Maisie Egan down towards that final corner. Betty's opening up a little bit of a lead now. Looks like she's going to hold it on down the final straight. Wills, Egan, Grace Hudak. Is she going to pick up the 3? I think she did. Wow.
12-year-old boys are up on the gate for their A final. We've got Isaac Smith, Marcus Mullen, Jack Devine, Ty Jamira, Joe Rook, Archie Bell, Leo Rowlands and James Bibby. The penultimate final of Block 1 hits the track. Bibby gets a blinding start. He's got Bell on his inside. There's Rowlands right in the middle of the pack. Pro Star leading. It is Bibby out front. We've got 2 B-Strong riders and 2 Rab Racing riders in this one. Rowlands isn't done yet. He's tracking Bibby down like he's hunting prey. Bibby, Rowlands, Bell, Jamira, Smith, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, last turn action. Rowlands carves the corner, can't quite tuck under soon enough. Bibby takes it, Rowlands for 2, Bell for 3, Jamira takes 4. The 12-year-old girls, the final of block number 1 for day number 1, ladies and gents. Lining up on the gate, we've got Maura McCarran, Millie Ross, Freya Harries, Grace Gerard, Elsie Blight, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Iris Hyder and Brooke Fast Fawcett.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders, red, 1, 2.
12-year-old girls hit the track. 2 Hard Knocks bike coaching ladies are charging for turn number 1. Hyder's on the inside, couldn't quite get her pedal straight, but she's tucked underneath anyway. Pure Bikes leads it out on the E3, played the 4, and the E2 are in there behind us, so it is Pure. Hard Knocks, 1, 2, 3. Hyder leads it, Gerard. Fawcett 2 and 3, that looks like the 2 plate of Elizabeth Lola Poole in there in 4, but Iris Hyder running away with it into the final turn. Fawcett coming back at a teammate down the final straight. Iris Hyder takes the 12-year-old girls a final win. Grace Gerard, Brooke Fawcett, Elizabeth Lola Poole 2, 3 and 4. That is a block number 1 done, ladies and gents. Of course, we're going to have some form of revised afternoon schedule